In the shadows, truth takes form. Every clue a raging storm. A puzzle piece is left to find. Justice served, no wasted time. Follow the trail, step by step. No secrets kept, no stone unwept. Facts lay bare, but proof aligns. Beyond the doubt, justice shines. Whispers echo in the night. A legal war, a righteous fight. Advocates with steel resolve. The tangled threads they will dissolve. Through the chaos voices plead. The gavel strikes to meet the need. Strengthened hands to bear the weight. Each decision carves our fate. Follow the trail, step by step. No secrets kept, no stone unwept. Facts laid bare, but proof aligns. Beyond the doubt, justice shines. Linda's keen, a mind so vast, breaking down the shadows cast. Michael's sharp, a guiding hand. On firm ground, the fearless stand. Secrets kept, no stone unwept. Facts laid bare, but proof aligns. Beyond the doubt, justice shines.
In the silent hall, Linda unlocks the mystery's thrall. Michael charts truth with steady hand. Through shadows deep they make their stand. The world conceals. Evidence whispers what the dark reveals. Mascots to be and domino play their role, guiding us closer to justice whole. Justice serve the truth untamed. Every story another thread to pull through blurred lines where the danger's full. Linda sharp as a blade of law. Michael's insights flawless and raw. Justice served the truth untamed. Every story we've unframed. Chasing facts as they unwind. Through the chaos, clarity shines.
Justice, where are you? Michael and Linda are here. Where in the world is justice? Will we ever find justice? Will we know justice when we see it? To be and down, will I lead the way? Hoping justice will win the day. Dictionary clues, finding justice where we can. Join us in the hunt. The road is dark, the truth is hidden, but we won't rest. We'll keep on risking. Justice is a fight we can't ignore. We'll keep searching till we score. Michael and Linda, the search goes on. The hour is late, but we're still strong. Where is justice? What does it mean? A final answer, a truth unseen. The streets are cold, the night is wide, but we won't stop until we find the guide. Join us now, we're on the run. Justice is waiting, we'll see it done.
Tuned in, tight, the trials on display. Linda and Michael guide the way. Mascots hopping, dominoes fall. To be spinning, let's answer the call. Justice served TV, get on your feet. The court's in recess, feel the beat. Legal fire with rhythm alive. Dance it out with justice jive. From the bench to the floor we groove. Commentary sharp and smooth. In the courtroom or on the stream, we break it down while chasing the dream. Oh, justice served TV, get on your feet. The court's in recess, feel the beat. Let the mascot spark the lights. Dance through the trial, ignite your nights. Break it now, no time for objections. Spin it now in all directions. Linda snaps a fact, Michael's on the move. With justice jive, it's time to groove. Witness the rhythm, vibe in session. Trial watching turn to a confection. Mascots jive and jurors sway. Thanks for being here today.
proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone, and good morning, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. So before we get going, let me talk to counsel about today's schedule and kind of where we go. So if I could see everybody at sidebar, please. we're set to the jury at this point.
You still have the driver in the DVD?
Yeah.
I might be in it.
I don't think I made that mistake.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to ask you those questions to make sure everybody was able to follow my instructions. And then at that point, we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. All right, so we'll get to the questions. First question is, any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Last question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, great. Thank you for following those instructions. Today, we're going to continue with the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence. The anticipation is that we will go probably similar to we had the last couple of days into the afternoon. All right, and then after that, before I send you home, I'll talk again with counsel in regards to the schedule for the rest of the week and kind of where we are. All right, so when you leave here today, you probably have a little bit better idea as the schedule for the rest of the week and into next week. All right, so so with that, I think we'll return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Buckingham.
Your Honor, Commonwealth would call Daniel Lawler to the stand.
Once I start right there, raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury and the outcome of the Commonwealth and the defendant's class shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your step.
Hi, good morning, sir.
Going on.
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Yes. First name's Dan, last name's Lawler,
And where are you employed?
with the Massachusetts State Police.
What's your rank with the state police?
Sergeant,
And how long have you worked for the state police?
9 years.
At some point, did you work in an assignment with the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office as part of the State Police Detectives Unit?
Yes.
And how long were you with the Plymouth County DA's Office State Police Detectives Unit?
From March 2021 until June 2025.
I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. Do you recall going out or responding to an incident that occurred in Duxbury?
Yes.
And the incident occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And you're aware that that involved a death investigation where 2 children had been declared deceased, and at the time, there was another child that was being treated at the hospital?
Yes.
What were you asked to do, or what was the first thing you did in relation to this investigation?
I responded to the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth.
And why did you go there?
I was advised by my supervisor to respond.
Okay. And were you aware that a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy had been transported there to South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And when you arrived at South Shore Hospital, was a Duxbury police detective already on scene?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was?
Detective Matthew.
Now, when you, meaning the State Police Detectives Unit, are involved in an investigation, is it common that you would utilize the services of the Crime Scene Services section of the State Police
Yes.
and the Crime Scene Response Unit?
Yes.
And in this case, did members of those two units respond as well to the South Shore Hospital at the time that you were there?
Yes.
Do you recall who from the Crime Scene Services and the response unit responded?
Chemist Maureen Hartnett and Trooper Rostoffers.
Did you have the occasion to observe Lindsay Clancy at the South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And she was in the emergency department, correct?
Correct.
And was she able to speak, or was she intubated?
She was unable to speak.
Did you observe her to have medical equipment and being treated while you were there?
She had medical equipment attached to her person, yes.
And did you observe her to have injuries, visible injuries?
Yes.
At the South Shore Hospital, in addition to speaking to Detective Mafia and assessing Lindsay Clancy, did you do or serve anything on the hospital themselves?
Yes.
What did you do?
A preservation notice.
And what is a preservation notice?
The preservation notice is to preserve defendant's urine and blood.
And you provide that to staff at the hospital to ensure that the blood is saved unless and until a warrant is obtained for that material?
Correct.
And in addition to serving the preservation order, did you collect some items that were removed from medical staff that were on Lindsay Clancy, the defendant?
Yes.
What did you collect, or what did they provide you?
It was her clothing and wedding ring and wedding band.
If I may approach the witness.
Well, she's putting her gloves on. I have no objection to any of this, Judge.
Okay, all right.
As far as, Sergeant Lola, as far as the items collected, when they're received from the hospital staff, what do you guys do with them?
So it goes, originally went to Detective Mafia from Duxbury PD. Then it went to me, and then it was documented by Trooper Stoffers. And then some of it will go to the office, or will go to the crime lab. In this case, went to the crime lab.
Okay. But as the state police trooper on scene, the investigator on scene, you at some point retain custody of the item.
Correct.
And I'm just showing you a paper bag. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And is this the bags that generally the detectives unit or crime scene uses to put particular pieces of evidence inside of it?
Yes.
Since I just struggled to put the gloves on, I'm just going to show you the item if that's okay. Showing you one item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
What do you know this item to be?
Shirt.
Is it a piece of clothing that you obtained from the hospital?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a woman's tank top?
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to observe some staining on the front? Looking close.
Yes.
And again, it's cut down the middle.
Correct.
This is how it was received from the hospital.
Yes.
I would move to admit the tank top as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 223.
Thank you.
Showing you another item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And what are these? by the medical staff at Social Hospital.
Yes.
And on these jeans, you see a little bit of staining on the front.
Yes.
I would move to admit these as an exhibit.
That may be admitted. Thank you.
Just showing one more item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
Appears to be a woman's bra, correct?
Correct.
Cut down the middle,
Yes.
and it has some staining in the front, in the middle where the cuts are.
Correct.
And is this an item that was collected that was on Lindsay Clancy's body on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Move to admit this as an exhibit.
That may be admitted. All right, thank you.
You indicated there was also some rings that were collected, correct?
Correct.
And eventually these items were then taken by forensic scientist Hartnett, and eventually they get returned to the State Police Detectives Unit in your experience. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Now, in addition to going to the South Shore Hospital on January 24th, 2023, did you go to any other hospitals?
Yes.
Which hospital did you go to?
Boston Children's Hospital.
And why did you go there?
I was advised to go there by my supervisor.
Okay, and did you learn that one of the children, Clancy, had been transported to the Boston Children's Hospital?
Yes.
And were you there to just obtain what his current status was at that time?
Yes.
And the time that you were there at the Boston Children's on January 24th, fair to say he was still alive but noted to be in critical condition?
Yes.
Now, in the early morning hours of January 25th of 2023, were you aware that a search warrant was obtained for the home of 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And in your time with the State Police Detectives Unit and during that time in January of 2023, how did you guys approach the execution of a search warrant?
So the house would have been frozen pending the search warrant being signed. Once it's signed, we begin the execution, and crime scene would document the residents inside and outside before we would go in.
Okay, so when crime scene goes in and they document, you're familiar, they use photographs and video, right?
Correct.
And once they've gone through and documented the scene as it was secured, do you, as part of the detectives unit team, then go in the house to begin search?
Yes.
And fair to say there are a lot of hands on deck during something like this?
Correct.
And in this instance, the detectives unit was searching the entire home at 47 Summer Street, including 3 floors, basement, first floor, second floor, as well as any vehicles that were on the property.
Correct.
And in addition to people or troopers with the detectives unit, were there other local law enforcement also assisting?
Yes.
And what was your role that night or that morning in the execution of the warrant?
I was the evidence officer.
And what does that mean?
I document evidence that is located by investigators during the search warrant.
And so at that time period, when you're executing a search warrant and searching a place like a home, is the information that you know at that point what guides the search?
Yes.
So you don't know what you're looking for unless you know what happened, right?
Correct.
So in this circumstance, fair to say the state police had limited information about what had actually transpired in that house.
Correct.
But each and every room was searched to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
And your role was just to document items that were going to be collected and returned to the State Police Detectives Unit?
To document items that would be collected and either go back to the State Police Detective Unit or to the crime lab.
And fair to say when the crime lab takes items back to the lab, they have an entirely different process on how to monitor, track them, and inventory the items, correct?
Correct.
So in this particular warrant execution, did you engage in the search?
Yes.
And you said you documented what other members of the group found and located where they located it, correct?
Correct.
And so you, as the evidence officer, were aware that Trooper Rabbit located some prescription pill bottles in the kitchen that morning, correct?
Correct.
And so as the evidence officer, were you responsible for kind of keeping custody of those bottles?
Correct.
At some later point after those bottles were photographed and collected, did you inventory those bottles?
Yes.
I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 155, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
So Sergeant, just showing you this bag here. It's already been marked, Exhibit 155. I'm going to show you 4 pill bottles. And you could take a look at them. Do they look familiar to you?
Yes.
So the first one I'm looking at is labeled trazodone. And as far as how you inventory these, what do you do when you inventory them?
Just count them.
Okay, so do you also review the information on the label as to what should be in the bottle or what the original prescription was?
Yes.
So as far as the trazodone, it says filled on January 12th, 2023 with 30 in it. And so you counted to determine how many were left, right?
Correct.
And so fair to say there were 20 remaining in this bottle when you inventoried it.
Correct.
The diazepam, 5 milligrams, date filled January 9th of 2023 with 14 as the quantity. You counted what was in this bottle.
Correct.
And there's 2.5 left in there, correct?
Correct.
And diazepam, 2 milligrams, date filled January 16th, 2023. It has 3 listed on there, right? In type.
Yes.
But there appears to be like a pink mark through it.
Correct.
Did you put that pink mark on there?
No,
Would that have been there when the bottle was seized?
it could have been.
Okay. But regardless of how many it said were the quantity, you counted how many were actually in this bottle.
Correct.
And fair to say there were 9.5 remaining in that bottle.
Correct.
And the last one, amitriptyline, 10 milligrams. It says date filled January 16th, 2023, quantity 30. And you counted how many were left in this bottle as well.
Correct.
And there were 22 in this bottle.
Correct.
And you documented that as this was put into evidence in the state police.
Yes.
Did you search in the upstairs master bedroom of the house during the search warrant?
Yes, I assisted with the search.
Did you locate anything that you documented or collected to take back to the state police?
Yes.
In the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. What did you locate?
I believe it was a baby monitor and a Google Nest camera.
Okay. Did you observe the room, the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did you search in a nightstand that was next to the bed?
I don't recall searching on a nightstand next to the bed.
Were there other investigators that were also in the room searching other areas of the bedroom?
Yes.
And as far as any additional work you did on this particular investigation, again, fair to say the detective unit works as a team and divides up work and for follow-up.
Correct.
And you participated in some follow-up investigation by speaking to some witnesses, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you were also asked to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital where the defendant was following the sheriff's department, keeping watch of her.
Correct.
Do you recall what day you went there?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. When you went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, was she in her own room or was she in like an open area?
She was in her own room.
When you were there on watch, did you go into the room or were you outside the room?
Outside the room.
And as far as your memory of whether anyone else besides medical staff went in there, at any point when you were there at the Brigham Hospital, did you observe another individual come in to visit with her or meet with her?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was coming in?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was allowed in with a court order?
Yes.
When the person went in, did you know if it was an attorney, a doctor, somebody else?
It was not an attorney, it wasn't a doctor. It was, I believe, a psychiatrist.
And when that person went into the room, did you go in the room as well?
No.
And where did you stay?
Outside the room.
And when this man went into the room, did he leave the door open or close the door?
I believe it was closed.
And when he came out, did he speak with you?
I don't recall.
Okay. But as far as you knew at that time period, that person was permitted to be in there and could close the door.
Correct.
And you don't know what was said or what was done in that room?
No. No.
Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
So your position was as a sergeant for the state police on these dates that you testified to?
No, sir. At the time, I was a trooper.
Trooper?
Yes, sir.
You were assigned to the district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
It would be the Plymouth County DA's office, meaning these prosecutors here, right?
Correct, sir.
Actually, you have an office in their office, right?
Correct, sir.
You don't have to call me sir. So on the first time you got involved with this case was on the evening of, was it the 24th or 23rd?
Tuesday. I think it was the 24th.
Okay. And do you recall what time it was that you went there?
To the South Shore Hospital?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Approximately 7:30 p.m.
Now, at that point, you had known, obviously, that this was a major investigation involving the death of 2 children and 1 serious injury to another child. Is that correct?
Correct.
The media was absolutely insane all over the location of the house and in the hospitals and everywhere. Isn't that right?
I recall media at the house. I'm not sure about the hospital stuff.
Okay. It was a fairly horrific and largely attended to, if you will, event. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Lindsay was, when you went to the South Shore Hospital, that's where you saw her before she was transferred to the Brigham and Women's, right?
Yes.
When you went in to see her at the South Shore Hospital, she was in the emergency room, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that she was pretty well, she had the intubation tube in her mouth, she had tape on her face, she had her arms all taped up and wires and tubes and everything else, right?
Yes.
And it was a very confusing and, quite frankly, shocking sight to walk into that room and see her there in that condition, right?
Yes.
And you, about your duty, collected clothing and her wedding band, correct?
Yes.
And you went through all that with the items you seized, and you introduced those into evidence and noted what the government said appears to be stains, but it was blood on her clothing. Is that right?
I would say.
Appeared to be,
Yeah.
in your experience.
Yes.
Any shoes? Did she have any shoes, sneakers, slippers, anything like that?
I don't recall shoes. I think 2 black socks, but I don't recall shoes.
Right. If there were shoes on her person or brought to the hospital, the odds are that when they saved the clothing, they would have saved the shoes as well, right?
Yes.
So you took the clothing, and then you went to the Boston Children's Hospital, right?
Yes.
And after you left the Boston Children's Hospital, you went back to the house and then assisted in the search of the property with a search warrant?
Yes.
And were you the lead investigator at that point, or were you one of the guys just searching?
I was not the lead investigator.
But there was a court order, search warrant, right?
Yes.
And you, meaning collectively you, knew that you had a search warrant that authorized a search for a number of items, including medications or pills or pill bottles, right?
Yes.
I don't have to grab this and ask if you saw this. You never did see that, did you?
I did not recall seeing that, sir.
You don't know what, if anything, was inside that that item, right?
I don't know.
And counsel asked you whether or not it's a collaborative effort on the part of the detective units and that you all collaborate and work together. Can you explain that? Do you report to each other? Do you keep each other advised as to what you get for evidence?
Yep. So when we go into a house, we're not familiar with the layout. We'll walk the house and figure out where bedrooms are located. And then essentially we kind of just break up into teams, if you will, and search the residence as evidence is located. And at that time, as the evidence officer, I would be alerted that, hey, there's evidence here. We're going to document and collect it.
Okay. And you videotape the scene and you take photographs of the areas, the different rooms, right?
I do not, but crime scene does.
But you were in the house and you were able to observe the rooms. You could see all sorts of wall hangings and paintings and fingerprints and handprints and all that stuff on the wall, right?
Yes.
Downstairs, you saw in the basement or the finished basement that there was an area that was an office or appeared to be an office. Is that correct?
I don't recall the exact layout of the basement.
Do you remember that items were seized from the basement, like a Mac Pro laptop, something like I have right here? There were two of them that were seized. You remember that?
Yes.
And from your investigation, you're aware that those would have been Pat Clancy's laptops, his business and personal laptop, correct?
At the time, I'm not sure who the laptops belonged to, but I know they were collected.
Okay. And how about Lindsay Clancy's, her cell phone? Was that seized, if you know?
I believe that was seized from the master bedroom.
From the master bedroom. And do you remember, was it located on the bed?
There was a phone located on the bed. I think there was another phone located in a dresser drawer. I'm not sure which phone was what, though.
All right. So both of those phones, regardless which one was what, did either one of them have blood on them?
I don't recall.
But if you guys were seizing the items in the property, such as the cell phone that had blood on it, in your experience, you probably would have remembered that, right?
Correct.
And you don't remember that?
I don't.
Okay. You did notice a lot of blood on the floor and on the walls, on the mirror and the window ledge and that area. Is that fair?
I recall blood on the floor by the mirror and then blood on the floor going towards that back right window.
Okay. At no time did you ever come across or discover a, what do you call it, Apple Watch, right?
No, sir.
And after you all concluded your search of the home, and how long did that take? A couple of hours?
Probably. I don't recall the exact time we concluded.
Okay. The next thing you did was to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital. Is that right?
After the search warrant?
Yeah, she had asked you a question about Brigham and Women's. I mean, did you do something else in between? I don't know.
I don't recall exactly what I did after the search warrant, but at some point I did go to the Brigham.
Okay. Can you tell us when you went to the Brigham?
I don't recall the exact date.
All right, so whatever date you went to the Brigham, you went there for what purpose?
She was transferred to that facility, and it was to maintain custody of her at that point.
So you were going to maintain custody of her?
So the sheriffs, I believed,
Right.
had custody of her, and then our unit was tasked to facilitate providing coverage over the next couple of days.
Right, and she was actually in the bed with all, again, tubes and all sorts of things coming out of her body when you saw her, right?
Yeah, she was in the hospital bed.
And she was in like an emergency room. It was a little small room with a lot of machines in it that took up a lot of space, right?
I don't think she was in the emergency room. She was in one of the floors.
One of the floor rooms, but it was an intensive care unit, right?
I believe it could have been the surgical intensive care unit.
Surgical intensive care. And when you went there to facilitate custody, who were you facilitating custody for? The DA's office?
Yes, essentially.
Okay. And whatever, do you remember how many days? Was it like 2 days, a week, 2 weeks after the incident that brought you to the house in Duxbury? Do you recall how long it was before you went to the hospital to maintain custody, facilitate?
I don't recall how many days, maybe 2 or 3. I'm not sure the exact count.
All right, so she had been transferred out of South Shore Hospital. She was transferred to Brigham and Women's Hospital. You went to Brigham and Women's Hospital. I imagine you had to go through security to get in there, right? Well, your badge, right?
At some point, yeah, we were probably assisted with security to get
Right.
up there.
Well, you know that nobody could get access to Lindsay Clancy in that hospital, and I mean nobody, right?
Correct.
And this went on for day after day after day, to your knowledge, facilitating, right?
Correct.
Her parents couldn't get in to see her, correct?
I don't believe so.
She had an attorney that had difficulty, not me, but another guy that had difficulty getting in to see her. Isn't that right?
I'm not aware of that difficulty.
I had to get a court order to get a doctor in there to see her, didn't I?
Yes, it was a court order.
And when I got the court order, a doctor came in and met with Lindsay pursuant to that judge's order. And that was Paul Zeisel, correct?
I believe that's the name. I'm not sure if he was a doctor, but I believe that was the gentleman that came on the court order.
Okay, only because in your direct you said that he was not a doctor, but he was a psychiatrist. So I mean, it's just you knew that he had something to do with head doctor, psychiatrist, psychologist, something like that.
Correct.
Okay. Did he have to clear it with you to get into the room?
He checked in with myself and the other trooper. We were advised that he was coming and to let him in on the court order.
All right. Now, I wasn't there on that occasion, right?
No.
And when Dr. Zeisel, or whoever it was, went into the room to see her, it's your memory that he was allowed to shut the door. Is that correct?
I believe he shut the door.
Now, you were involved in this investigation pretty intensely, working with the DA's office, right?
Correct.
Isn't it fair to say that one of the contentions of the district attorneys is that Paul Zeisel, my doctor, that I got a court order to get in to see her, told her to call Pat and tell him that she heard voices?
Can I see counsel sidebar in regards to this? All right, so members of the jury, like I said to you, I think a couple of weeks ago, sometimes I got to talk to the lawyers for a little bit longer than it takes over here at the sidebar. So this is one of those situations. So I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room just for a couple of minutes, I think, and we'll bring you right back in and we'll resume with the testimony. Okay?
Court, all right. Good. So folks, on chairs. This way, please.
Session, please be seated.
All right, so counsel, what we're going to do is we'll have it, just so the record's clear, the jury's out of the room at this point. We will just conduct a short voir dire on the issue that we talked about over at sidebar. So I'll allow Mr. Reddington to ask questions at this point, and then I'll allow Commonwealth to also ask questions. Go ahead, counsel.
Okay, thank you. So you're in the hospital at Brigham and Women's, correct?
Yes.
And when you're there, with the purpose of obviously with other law officers to enforce the fact that she's in custody, Dr. Zeisel, or a doctor, came in pursuant to a court order, right?
Yes.
All right. And obviously had been cleared through security and went into the room where Lindsay was laying on the bed, right?
Yes.
You don't know, or you don't recall if he closed the door or if he kept the door open or if it was half open. You just don't remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in the course of preparing this case for trial, that you have worked and collaborated with the prosecutors, the two district attorneys, correct?
Yes.
And you guys would talk about theories of the case and evidence that they want you to run down perhaps as an investigator or try to obtain, or interviews and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And one of the theories that they had indicated to you is that Patrick Clancy had indicated to the investigators and to the grand jury, I believe, that Lindsay called him from the hospital, right?
I recall that.
And that Lindsay used that doctor's cell phone to call him from the hospital, right?
Yes.
And they basically had a theory that they wanted to run with, that Zeisel told her, Lindsay, to say that she heard voices, right?
I don't know if it's a theory or not. I just recall that conversation at some point.
Okay, so when was the conversation?
I don't recall exactly when.
You remember where the conversation was?
No.
You don't, okay.
I'm assuming at the office. I just don't recall specifically when.
And who was it you were talking to?
Probably could have been one of the troopers in the office working the case.
One of the troopers, is it McGilligan?
Probably. He's the case officer, so I'd imagine it probably would have been him, sir.
Probably could have been him.
Yeah.
How about any of the prosecutors? You talked to the DAs about that?
I don't recall specifically speaking to a prosecutor about this.
Well, how about not necessarily?
Conversation, Lindsay communicated. the facts are Patrick.
Okay, you already said that. I know, and right?
Yes. She had told Patrick on the voices.
Or has your memory changed as to that incident after you had this conversation with Trooper McGilligan,
No.
Sergeant McGilligan? And in fact, you don't know anything about whether there's any evidence about Dr. Zeisel giving or prompting the defendant to have that conversation with her husband, do you?
No.
All you know factually is what came out of the investigation from what Patrick said the call was and who he said the call was from and how the call occurred, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So, let me just-
Yeah, please.
So basically, my contention is that you're obviously up here testifying as honestly as you can. It's pretty apparent, right?
Yes.
And you're very consistent with your oath, and you understand that it's important. And you're trying to, it may be difficult, but you're trying to explain what your memory is about conversation with the lead investigator, McGilligan, right? I mean, you're trying to tell us what your memory is, right?
Yes.
So your testimony pertains to your conversation with the lead investigator, McGilligan. It's got nothing to do with the fact that you don't recall this or you don't recall that. What you've testified to is for the judge to consider, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right. Why don't we do this? I'm going to take about a 10-minute break at this point.
Okay.
And we'll come back out and we will resume cross-examination. Okay?
Court, all right.
All right, please.
purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present excluding the jury.
All right, Counsel, can I see your sidebar?
Court, all right, jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Members of the jury, thanks for your patience. We were able to deal with that issue. And so we're going to return now to the cross-examination. We're still going to take a morning break, as I've told you before. Might just be a little bit affected by the fact that we just took that you took that break. We didn't take that break. So with that, we're going to return to the cross-examination. Mr. Ring.
Sergeant Lawler, we're at the point where you are assisting, if you will, in the custody of Lindsay at Brigham and Women's Hospital when you observed a doctor enter into that area and ultimately into her room. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And the door was either closed or open or halfway, you don't recall, which is understandable, but you just don't remember if it was closed completely or open a little bit, right?
Correct.
But either way, you weren't eavesdropping or trying to hear anything, were you?
No.
And then when the doctor finished talking with Lindsay, at some point, you as investigators were aware that the doctor had allowed her to call her husband and use his cell phone to speak to her husband, correct?
I later learned that.
And you later learned and knew from the investigation that it was fairly recently to that point that the tubes had been removed from her mouth and she was able to at least talk to a degree. And then she talked on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And after that, fair to say that you did not, when I say you, I mean collectively, all the police officers investigating for the DA's office, you did not see any reports or anything that would indicate what, if anything, was said between Dr. Zeisel and Lindsay in that room, right?
Correct.
And who is Sergeant, is it McElligan?
Sergeant McElligan, yes, sir.
And Sergeant McElligan, Joshua,
Yes.
he's the lead investigator in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And at the time, he was a sergeant and you were a trooper, right?
At the time, we were both troopers.
Oh, both troopers. Okay, so you both got promoted. And he, as the lead investigator, told you in a conversation, or perhaps more than one, that the government theory is that Dr. Zeisel told Lindsay to say to her husband that she heard voices, right?
If you could rephrase that.
Okay. Did you talk to McElligan about the theory that Dr. Zeisel is the reason that she told her husband that she heard voices?
Yes.
And do you remember where or when that conversation occurred, or how many times that you guys discussed that?
I believe it would have been at the office. I don't recall exactly when.
Okay. And there's no investigator basis for that. That's McElligan's speculation. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you went there and you observed Lindsay after the doctor left, she's still obviously in the bed because she's paralyzed, right?
Correct. She was still in the bed.
Was she restrained by either soft restraints or handcuffs or whatever? Do you remember whether her hands or her wrists restrained to the bedpost?
I don't recall specifically restraints.
Okay. And you mentioned that the state police were there. That would be people that were obviously working with you, right?
Correct.
And do you remember how many state police were there that you were coordinating or assisting?
Per shift, there was 2 of us.
2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also there were sheriffs from the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department that were there, right?
So we relieved the sheriffs.
Okay. And how many sheriffs did you relieve?
I don't recall exactly. Probably 2 though.
Okay. And how about Duxbury Police? You recall the Duxbury Police being there?
I do not recall Duxbury Police there.
How about the security cops for the hospital? Do you recall them being there, either in the room or outside the room?
I don't recall them being outside the room.
Do you recall coordinating with the security boss, the head guy for the hospital security?
I recall having some assistance at some point from security to get up there.
Okay. And do you remember how many days it was that you were assisting in the custody situation of Lindsay before she was allowed to have family and me and different people visit with her?
I don't recall exactly how many days.
About a week maybe, or less, or longer?
Less than a week?
Less than a week?
I think, yeah. I don't remember exactly though.
And even though she was allowed to have visitors, still the police presence was there. Is that correct?
After I left, I'm not sure after I left what the visitation was like.
So when you say after you left, you mean when you left the hospital? You mean after you were finished with your tasked duty of dealing with her security and being under arrest?
Correct. After my assigned shift, I don't.
So after you were involved, obviously you don't know what happened after that.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Redirect, Ms. Buckingham?
Sergeant Lawler, in your experience working in the detectives unit as a trooper, is it fair to say you oftentimes will have conversations as investigations are unfolding with other investigators that you're working on a case with about the case, potential evidence, theories of the case?
Yes.
And it's also fair to say that theories change over time based on your investigation, what evidence you find.
Correct.
Was there anything about a conversation that you had with Trooper McElligan about this theory that affects your testimony as you stand here today?
No.
And you didn't hear anything that occurred in that room that day that you were there when Dr. Zeisel was there, did you?
I did not hear anything.
Nothing further.
Just briefly, well, your testimony, basically, unobjected to, is talking about clothes that were seized at the house and the other investigation going to the hospital. That's it, right?
Objection. Beyond
Sustained. All right. All right, anything further? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Letitia Dukes as its next witness, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give and jury of an shall be the truth, the whole truth? You may have a seat.
Good morning. Hi. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, okay? Sure. All right, thank you. Yes, Counsel.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
My name is Letitia Dukes.
And how do you spell your first name?
Latiesha.
How do you spell Dukes?
Dukes.
What do you do for work?
So I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I worked as a perinatal clinician at South Shore Hospital.
And what kind of education did you receive in order to do that?
So I have a bachelor's in psychology, a master's in mental health counseling, and a master's of education in mental health counseling.
And you mentioned the South Shore Perinatal Clinic. Do you still work there?
No, I do not currently still work there.
How long did you work there?
I worked there for about 5 years.
What did you do there?
At the perinatal clinic, I worked as a perinatal clinician, which involves like short-term therapy from prior to birth to postpartum, and supported with connection to care, whether that be therapy or higher levels of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization, or inpatient care.
And do you often collaborate with patients and other clinicians at the clinic or nurses about treatment plans for patients?
Yes.
And do you help to manage the treatment plans with the patient?
Yes.
How do patients, or strike that, for your role at the clinic, doing the therapy and being the clinician, are you often referred patients by the nurse practitioners or somebody else who had seen the patient or did an intake with the patient?
Yes.
And do you work with that prescriber or practitioner over the course of the treatment with that patient?
Yes.
And as far as your role and what you do with patients, is it fair to say that a large amount of your ability to work with the patient is based on your relationship and rapport that you develop with the patient?
Yes.
And do you rely heavily on things that they report to you when you're assessing them diagnostically and trying to help them come up with a treatment plan and offering therapy?
Yes.
And one of the things that might be important in that is to assess a patient's presentation each and every time you meet with them, right?
Yes.
So do you do that in each appointment or each interaction with a patient, assess them for various things?
Yes.
And what kinds of assessments do you perform?
So I typically perform a psychosocial assessment, which is getting their behavioral health history, as well as their current presentation and reason for coming in for therapy. So whether that be a specific diagnosis or current concern, or recent like crisis or trauma, and also a risk assessment that assesses how they're doing in that moment.
Okay. And as far as the therapy component of your interactions, is that largely based on the patient?
Yes.
And what kinds of therapy can you offer in that short-term therapy?
In that short-term therapy, we offer cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy. I also offer something called EMDR, eye movement desensitization, and reprocessing therapy for patients that have gone through trauma, as well as it could be even short-term support, like a couple of weeks until they're transferred to the appropriate level of care.
And in your sessions with patients, is there a minimum or a maximum time limit?
Typically, our program would go from birth to postpartum up to 2 years. If it did go a little bit over 2 years because of lack of connection to care, then it would go a little beyond that, but typically it's 2 years.
Okay, and that's the duration of your treatment or your interaction with patients. But what about in each appointment that you have? Is there a minimum or maximum time set by the clinic of when you see a patient in a particular visit?
Yes. So do you mean as far as like weekly or like hour, half an hour?
Well, I guess the question is, if a patient's coming into you because they were referred and you're meeting with them on a regular basis, how long are the appointments in duration? An hour, half an hour?
So appointments could be anywhere from a half an hour to an hour based on the patient need at that time.
And when you're interacting with a patient and you're making all those assessments, are there tools available to you if you feel or you experience that a patient needs a higher level of care or is heading or is in some sort of crisis? What tools are available to you for that?
So tools that are available to me is connection to my direct supervisor, as well as crisis coordination, as well as like the crisis support numbers that are in that area. So I could either call with the patient or sit with the family, create a safety plan, and the patient can call later on if they feel like they're safe to go home and they have supports at home.
Okay. And at some points, could it be that you would need to involve authorities like the police?
Yes.
And you also are familiar with the Section 12?
Yes.
And then that it's an involuntary procedure where the court gets involved?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you do meet with patients on that regular basis, either for a follow-up or an intake, is it a telehealth situation, an in-person situation?
It depends on what the patient is comfortable with and what the patient is able to do as far as like access. So we offer both in-person and virtual appointments.
Okay. As far as when you first meet with a patient, when they've been referred to you, that first intake procedure, is there a recommendation for whether that be in-person or telehealth?
All the perinatal behavioral health appointments for mental health counseling are in person, that initial visit.
And then the subsequent appointments are oftentimes directed by the patient?
Correct.
Would there be instances where you would insist or prefer that the patient actually come in person if they've elected for telehealth?
Typically, you prefer someone to come in person because they have either like fallen out of care or their concerns for their safety for some reason.
And if you don't have those immediate concerns and it's the preference of the patient, do you often engage via telehealth?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy. Do you remember when your first contact was with her?
I remember it was around late November, early December.
Okay. And you're aware that she came to the perinatal clinic and was being initially treated by Julie Paul?
Yes.
And by the time you engaged with her, she had her care had been transferred to Rebecca Gelada, correct?
Yes.
So fair to say you had the most contact with Rebecca Gelada about this particular patient?
Yes.
And if I mentioned December 2nd, does that sound familiar as the first intake with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, as I said, around late November, early December. So that sounds about right.
Okay. And the intake appointment, was it in person with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, it was in person.
And what were the services that were being offered for her? Why was she referred to you?
So she was referred to me for postpartum anxiety and depression symptoms. That's what she was referred for.
And in this first intake, did you go through that psychosocial history with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And did you have some previous information from an intake with with Julie Paul, or did you do it fresh on your own?
Fresh on my own.
Okay. And so again, this is information that the patient is reporting to you about their history.
Yes.
And so in this instance, you noted that the defendant told you, or Lindsay Clancy told you, that she had had some prior contact with mental health, right?
Yes.
That she had engaged with a psychiatrist in nursing school, and that she had been prescribed medication at that point, correct?
Yes.
And that she, prior to coming to the clinic, that she had been engaged with a psychiatrist.
Yes.
Did she identify what her concerns were, or what her presenting concerns were to you?
Yes, she did.
And what were the concerns?
Her presenting concerns were anxiety, lack of sleep, depression symptoms, frequent passive suicidal ideation, thoughts of wanting to die and no longer be here.
And had she reported to you that she had been on a number of different medications?
Yes.
And you're aware that those medications were being managed by the nurse practitioners in the clinic?
Yes.
And as far as your role as a social worker, do you often kind of get into the weeds with patients about their medication?
So I'm not a social worker. I'm a mental health counselor.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. But I typically have an overview of medications, but I don't particularly get into prescribing or how to take medications.
Okay. And so what's the focus of your role in offering counseling services to women with postpartum anxiety and depression at the clinic?
So my role would be to create a treatment plan to address the concerns, which would be like the anxiety and depression symptoms, and work on coping skills and building community supports around that. Or if she needed a referral to a higher level of care, I would do that.
And do you come to your own conclusions as far as diagnosis goes based on your interaction with the patient?
Yes.
And in this first interaction with Ms. Clancy, you got her history. You also did some of those assessments, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so as far as assessing her present condition, kind of how she presented to you, did you make observations of her mood?
Yes.
And do you recall her mood being low, that she felt numb and unable to laugh?
I apologize. If it's medical record, I don't have any objection, but I prefer not the leading. I have no problem if she reads from the record, though.
All right. If you could just, there's objection, in fact, leading question sustained, but is there any, so there's no objection if this witness, if you want to look at your notes, I don't know if you have your notes with you.
Do they have a copy?
I don't know if the parties have a copy that she could look at.
I do. I could.
Do you have a blank copy?
Well, I mean, it has like a date on it. It doesn't have a lot of notes on it. Just has a name.
I can approach page by page.
All right,
It's fine.
sure, that's fine. So if you need or want to look at the rec, just let us know. We'll do that.
Sure thing. Thank you.
Just gonna show you that page.
Sure.
I can speak that with her.
Sure, yeah.
So, Ms. Dukes, on this particular visit on 12/2, what was her mood?
So she reported having low mood and feeling numb.
Okay. And so you said she reported. So in the note that you're reviewing, these particular questions or these observations that you noted, are they based on her reports to you about these areas?
Yes, and as well as my observation of her.
Okay. So did it appear that her mood was consistent with what she was reporting to you based on your observations?
She appeared to have, if you can say, like normal mood. There was no like tears or sadness, or like there was no blunted interaction. She was able to make eye contact.
Okay. And kind of moving to what's identified in your record as mental status exam.
Yes.
What is a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is an exam that's assessing how the patient is appearing, what she is reporting, as well as any concerns about safety, which would be any suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, as well as any intrusive thoughts or worry, any hallucinations or delusions.
Okay. And so in this exam, is it a mixture of what the patient tells you and what you're observing?
Correct.
Okay. And if I can approach you with another page. Page 53.
Thank you.
In regards to, on this particular first encounter on December 2nd, when it comes to the mental status exam, were you able to observe her facial expressions?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her facial expressions?
She was cheerful when discussing her anxiety symptoms.
Okay. And did you also ask those questions about thought, thought content? You just have to answer out loud.
Yes.
And so what did she say about thought content?
So thought content, worry about her infant and that she had an addiction to Ativan.
And you said you also in this assessment assessed suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
And so did you ask her anything more about those passive thoughts that you indicated she reported?
Yes, and what she reported as far as like passive thoughts were thoughts of not wanting to be here or no longer wanting to live, but no plan.
And is that significant to you, the fact that she identified there was no plan?
Yes.
And why is it significant?
Because if she identified that she in fact had a plan, then that would escalate me to see it as a crisis and request higher level of support at that time.
As far as your observations of her thought process, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
And her intellectual functioning, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
Did she report to you any past attempts to harm herself or others?
No.
Did you go through with her her behavioral health history?
Yes.
And other than what you indicated as the anxiety and sleep, did she identify any concerns around substance abuse issues?
So she did identify concerns about, not in her history, but in that visit, about misuse of Ativan.
And if somebody expresses concern about that substance use, do you have a tool available to you to assess whether they have substance use issues?
Yes, so there is an assessment within the initial intake appointment that has a specific section to further assess substance use disorder.
And did you identify whether she presented with any substance use disorder issues?
I did assess that she did not present with any substance use disorder issues.
And as far as her expressed concern to you, fair to say it was focused on the one particular medication, the medication Ativan, correct?
Yes.
And why did you not find that to be an issue based on your assessment?
Based on my assessment and how she stated she was supposed to be using it, it was used correctly to remedy the anxiety symptoms.
And after this initial intake, I guess the first question is approximately how long is this initial intake appointment?
The initial intake appointment is typically an hour.
And after having spent the hour, gone through these assessments, spoken to her about her history, were you able to come up with or give an opinion about diagnosis?
Yes.
And based on her presentation to you, what was your opinion about diagnosis?
At the time, my opinion about her diagnosis was postpartum anxiety because she had a lot of anxiety about most things.
Okay. And so what were your recommendations as far as a treatment plan for her?
My recommendations at that visit was outpatient therapy, continued medication, and weekly visits with me.
And why did you recommend outpatient therapy on top of therapy with you?
So outpatient therapy was kind of like a blanket therapy, but more so like intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy.
And was your role in offering her weekly sessions an attempt to kind of bridge services and make sure she was getting everything she needed, or something different?
To bridge services.
And so after that meeting with the recommendation for weekly visits, did you begin to schedule additional visits with her?
Yes.
And after that particular visit on December 12th, did you send her any particular information?
Yes.
And how do you do that? How do you send patients information if you're not able to give it to them?
I can send it through my chart messaging.
And on this particular day, after your meeting with her, you sent her some resources about cognitive behavioral therapy, did you not?
Yes.
Your next contact with her was December 5th. Why December 5th, if you had just met with her on the 2nd?
That may have been the soonest available appointment that week for her.
Okay. And it was shy of the 1 week, right?
Mhm.
Was there anything in your meeting with her on the 2nd that made it necessary to have a shorter appointment?
No,
This next contact on the 5th, was that in person or telehealth?
telehealth.
And on this day, on the 5th, when you met with her, did she report some additional information or report how things had gone over the weekend to you?
May I see my notes?
Sure. If it's okay, I'm just going to give her all the pages from that note.
That's fine.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
I'm just reviewing the note.
Sure, take your time.
And can you repeat the question?
Sure. In that visit on December 5th, did she indicate to you or did she report to you how the weekend went for her?
Yes, she did.
And what did she say about the weekend?
She reported that over the weekend she had a difficult weekend, having intrusive thoughts about wanting to die, and that she had contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to having no SI plan, suicidal ideation plan.
And so when she reported the intrusive thoughts and having a tough weekend, did you follow up with her and begin to kind of talk with her about that?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about what she was feeling in those intrusive thoughts?
So in those times, what she reported was that it was continuous intrusive thoughts of not wanting to be there, but no plan.
Okay.
Kind of like the same report that she gave to crisis.
Okay. And as far as kind of the difficulty of the weekend and how she was feeling, did she tell you how she was feeling?
No.
In that particular meeting, when she had talked about wanting to die or not wanting to be there anymore, did you kind of follow up with her about those statements and whether she had any sort of intent or plan?
Yes.
And did you ask her additional information and complete that full mental status exam?
Yes.
On that meeting? And were there any signs of psychosis or signs of mania or homicidal ideation?
No.
And at the time that you met with her on the 5th, was she currently having those thoughts about wanting to die? If you know?
Just reviewing the note.
Sure.
In that visit, she had no suicidal ideation.
And on this particular visit on the 5th via telehealth, did somebody else participate in the visit as well? I could direct you to page 45.
45?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, her husband joined the visit.
And this visit, approximately how long was it, if you recall?
This visit was approximately 30 minutes.
And fair to say, focus of the visit was to kind of deal with that bad weekend and calling
Yes.
the crisis center.
Yes.
So what did you offer her as far as recommendations or assessments or assistance during this meeting?
So support during this meeting, I offered her support in connecting to, it seemed like she needed a higher level of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy, as well as we reviewed, one of her main concerns was also issues with sleeping. So we reviewed sleep hygiene and how to support better sleep to see if that would help with some of the intrusive thoughts.
Okay. And as far as the recommendation for intensive outpatient or partial hospitalization, did she want to connect with those programs at that time?
At that time, she didn't decline services, but she was interested in the information.
Okay. And so did you agree to send her some information?
At that time, I did not agree to send her information.
Okay. Did she ask for any other information in that meeting?
She did ask for information and support connecting to psychological testing.
And is that something that you do at your clinic, do psychological testing?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you make a referral for her to see somebody else in the clinic, or did you provide her other information?
So I discussed this information with the provider at the time, which was the psychiatrist and medication provider at the time.
And would that have been Rebecca Gelada?
Yes.
And so did you subsequently send Lindsay Clancy some information about psychological testing?
Yes.
But there was no recommendation for it to be done at the clinic?
No.
Do you know why?
At the time, it sounded like she wanted extra support or like outside opinion as far as like diagnosis and medication.
And was the testing something that she brought up, or did it come out naturally in your conversations with her?
That's something she brought up.
In your meetings, did she want to, or did she discuss medication side effects with you?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her demeanor during this visit on the 5th?
On the 5th, one second. Her presentation overall was within normal limits. She didn't appear like anxious or different than in any other visit I had with her.
And this is kind of your second meeting with her, right?
Yes.
And how many meetings did you have overall with her during the time she was at the clinic, if you know?
4.
So, but you had spent an hour with her on that intake where there's a lot of information exchange, right?
Yes.
So was there anything different about how she presented, how she spoke to you or answered questions during this follow-up on the 5th?
No.
And as far as the conversations about the bad weekend and calling crisis, did you have any concern that she was in crisis?
No.
And you made those recommendations for a higher level of care, correct?
Yes.
But nothing that would have prompted you for those other interventions that you've previously described to us, right?
Right.
Did you ever in this visit see signs of mania?
No.
And is that something you look for?
Yes.
And did you ever see signs of delusions or paranoia?
No.
How about psychosis?
No.
Now, your next contact with her was December 12th, correct?
Yes.
And was that in person or telehealth, if you recall?
Telehealth.
And on the 12th, did you have further conversation with her about your previous recommendations about partial hospitalization programs?
May I review?
Yep.
Thank you. Yes, we did have further conversation about recommendations.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she would be starting a program soon?
Yes, she indicated that she would be starting a partial hospitalization program in Norwell on December 20th, 2022.
Did she provide you any details about that program? Do you know?
No, just that she would be starting a program in Norwell.
Had you referred her to any programs in Norwell?
No.
And in this meeting with her, did you continue to talk about her need for higher level of care?
Yes.
And did you make recommendations on a different program?
Yes, I did make a recommendation on women and infants.
And why did you recommend women and infants, or why were you recommending this higher level of care?
I was recommending this higher level of care because of continued passive suicidal ideation, even with crisis intervention, as well as women and infants was more so for postpartum women, and the infant would be able to come to the program with her.
And so the program at Women and Infants is something that you're familiar with working through your clinic, correct?
Yes.
And you often make referrals over there?
Yes.
Do you require the patient's consent to make a referral?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy consent to the referral at that time?
Yes.
And so did you work to make that referral after that visit?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that she had continued passive suicidal ideation. In this meeting that you had with her, did you assess that? Her suicidal ideation?
In this visit particularly, did she have passive suicidal ideation?
Well, do you ask if they still have that?
Yes.
Or if they currently have thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
And in this instance, did she have thoughts of suicide or wanting to die?
Just reviewing, hold on. So yes, she reported continued suicidal ideation at the time.
But did she ever indicate a plan?
No.
Having met with her on the 12th, did she ever articulate to you that she had made any attempts?
No.
And in your conversation with her on the 12th, were you able to identify any protective factors based on everything that you knew about her at this time? Now, this is your third time with her, right?
Yes.
So what were you able to identify as protective factors for this particular patient?
At this time, she had supports, which were her husband and her mother-in-law. At this time, she was able to, from the past visit I had with her, able to contact crisis when she felt like she needed extra support. So she was able to follow through with suggestions that I had given her in the previous visit.
Okay. And based on your visit with her on the 12th, she accepted a willingness to go to one of those programs, right?
Yes.
Or at least be referred.
Yes.
So was there anything about your interaction with her on December 12th that warranted any of those higher levels of intervention from you?
No.
Now, the next time you met with her was on December 19th, correct?
Yes.
And was that the final time that you met with her?
Yes.
On that day of December 19th, was that in person or a telehealth?
May I review the note?
Sure.
Thank you. That visit was virtual. And what was the question?
That was the question.
Okay.
Thank you. So on this particular visit on the December 19th, Did she report any further issues or anything that had happened between the 12th and the 19th that were of concern?
So she was continuing to have low mood and numbness. She did not have any SI and had no need for crisis intervention over that weekend.
And did she indicate to you that she had been doing things at home to try to help with her mood?
Yes.
And what was she doing?
Let's see. She was spending time with family, and her children, and exercising.
Now, at this point, as the December 19th rolled around, had you already put in that referral to women and infants?
Yes.
And did you know if she engaged with women and infants by that point?
By that point, women and infants had reached out to her, but she had missed the call, but said she would contact them back.
Now, one of the concerns that you often talked about in your meetings with her was sleep, right?
Yes.
And in this meeting with her on December 19th, did she report any improvements in her sleep?
No.
Well, if I direct your attention to page 13, at the top of the page where it says risk assessment, there's a category for neurovegetative disturbances. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you show me what you mean by page 13?
Oh.
What does it say 13?
I'm looking at prior ones. I don't know, those don't have page numbers. But the one I gave her has. It's December 19th. That's
Okay.
the last page of the note.
It's this one here, then, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
there
Okay.
should be 3 pages. What did you note under neurovegetative disturbances?
I reported that sleep has improved.
And that would be information that's reported to you, correct?
Yes.
You can't make observations of whether somebody's sleep has improved, can you?
No.
Okay. So in this instance, she told you she was going to follow up with the referral, that she was waiting for a call back, that she had improved sleep, but that her mood kind of had remained the same, low mood, numbness, right?
Yes.
Okay. Anything about your interaction with her that day that was different from the prior interactions?
That day, she seemed to be more engaged. She was able to smile. She was able to laugh. And she was enjoying time with family.
And so did you look at that as something positive?
Yes.
Was there anything about your interaction with her on this day, on December 19th, that made you think that you needed to invoke a higher level of care?
No.
As far as in-person visits, did you have any other in-person visits with Lindsay Clancy after the 19th?
No.
Fair to say your contact with her was very limited after that point?
Yes.
And on December 27th, did you have some interaction with her and her husband?
Yes.
And why did you have interaction with them?
May I see the note?
Sure. It's four notes.
Thank you.
Can you repeat the question?
On December 27th, why did you have contact with her? Why did you make contact with Lindsay?
I was calling her to inform her that her referral had been completed.
Okay. And so you had a call with her at 10:23, 10:17, going back 9:44. Do you see that in the records that you have, the 4 notes that you have in front of you? They kind of go in reverse order.
Yes.
But prior to the contact about the referral being completed and just reaching out to her and letting her know, did you have a conversation with her husband?
Yes.
And was that at Lindsay's request? Did she give consent for that?
She did give consent for that.
Okay. And fair to say he was reporting concerns of prescriptions, right?
Yes.
And that's not your area in the clinic, is it?
No.
So did you refer him to the prescriber?
At this time, yes, I redirected him to speak to the prescriber.
Okay. And again, in each and every encounter that you had, did you further recommend that she engage with a higher level of care, either a partial hospitalization program or an outpatient program?
Yes.
Now, at any point that you were interacting with her between December 2nd and the last contact with December 27th, albeit limited, did you ever have any concerns about her physical well-being?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about the physical well-being of others in her presence?
No.
Did you ever see or observe any signs of mania, delusion, or paranoia?
No.
Any signs of psychosis observed by you?
No.
Did you ever have any difficulty understanding what she was saying or notice any differences in her speech patterns?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns that she wasn't accurately reporting things to you?
No.
And did you ever feel the need to collaborate with your provider for a higher level of care or an additional intervention?
When I did, yes.
And so would that be for the calling the police section to have our safety?
Hold on, go ahead. We'll ask that and then we'll.
My question was, in any of the times that you engaged with her, did you ever engage with your provider to come up with a plan for safety planning, Section 12, or any other of those interventions you discussed before?
No safety or Section 12, no.
So as far as recommendations, would you agree that those were the recommendations for higher level of care?
Yes, for IOP or PHP services.
Okay. And on that last visit that you had with her, she reported doing things outside of the home, right?
Yes.
And that stood out to you
Yes.
as what?
As an improvement in mood and ability to connect with others.
Thank you. If I may have a moment to put these back together.
Why don't we take the delayed morning break at this point? So hopefully be a little bit shorter than normal, but we'll get you, we can stretch your legs. We'll have you back here in a couple of minutes. Okay?
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Let's go.
I can see what you were referring to.
Yeah, I just have to put them back together because they're a little out of order.
So we'll be in a short recess at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right. We all set for the jury?
Yes.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
So can you tell me, is it 4 times that you yourself actually met with Lindsay or more?
Can you repeat that?
I'm sorry. Was it 4 times that you actually met with Lindsay or more? And that would include telehealth?
4.
4
Yes.
times, okay. You met with her on the 2nd of December, right?
Yes.
And you met with her on the 12th of December, is that right?
Yes.
You met with her on the 19th of December, right?
Yes.
And is it the 27th as well? Was there another one? Do you remember when that was?
That was by phone.
By phone. Would that be the 27th?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is give you the documents that the district attorney is questioning you from, so that you can actually have them in front of you, okay?
Thank you.
And you can slide up and just. And if I get confused or something, just let me know that you're on a different page than me. Couple of background questions. When you met with Lindsay, for example, on the 2nd of December, you were at least able to look at the records of Nurse Paul as well as Nurse Gelada, right?
No.
Oh. I mean, you guys work in the same place though, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when a woman is in postpartum and comes to social health for help, when you're trying to help them, you can't see the medical records from what the other people like Nurse Paul and Nurse Gelada have written down?
You can see the records, yes.
You can?
Yes.
Okay, so you did look at the records?
I did not look at the records.
Okay. On the 2nd of December, and you can look along with it if you wish, looking under what would be referred to as behavioral health intake. Your pages are numbered, mine are not, so if you can find that one page, behavioral health intake on December 2nd. And the jurors will have this as an exhibit, but just going through the pages. You have it?
1 second. Yes, I have it.
Okay. Now, one of the things that you would be interested in when you're interacting with a patient that comes to your facility for help is how honest they are, right?
Yes.
Especially in psychiatry. You want to make sure that the person is not lying to you or hiding something. You want them to be honest, right?
Yes.
And for example, Lindsay disclosed to you and to the others that back in 2012, while she was in nursing school, she actually had Prozac because she was very nervous actually about public speaking, but she was on Prozac, right?
1 second.
Sure. I think it's right under behavioral health history, first paragraph.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And she also told you that she had been prescribed Ativan, for example, by a psychiatrist, Jennifer Tufts, right?
Just reviewing.
Second paragraph.
So, no, that's not what I see here.
Okay, do you see where it says prior to attending the SHORE program, sentence, second paragraph?
Yes.
Patient was prescribed Ativan by psychiatrist Jennifer Tufts?
It says here she was prescribed Zoloft.
Well, I must be misreading something. I apologize. Let me approach you. This is what I have here. History and current functioning, right? History and current, okay. And then behavioral health history, paragraph 1, right? References to Prozac, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But it doesn't say. You
Second
said
paragraph.
Dr. Tufts?
No, I was saying the second paragraph, prior to attending SHORE program, she disclosed to you that she was prescribed Ativan, right?
So which one are you on?
Second paragraph, right here.
Okay.
Yeah. Prior to attending SHORE program, patient was prescribed Ativan, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was by Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
So she told you that she was prescribed benzodiazepine by her treating psychiatrist. And further on into your interaction with her, she told you that she was very concerned about taking medication, right?
Yes.
And she was really concerned about becoming addicted to medication, such as a benzo, like Ativan, right?
She was concerned about becoming addicted to medication, yes.
All right, in the very last paragraph, it says, when no longer taking Ativan. You see that one?
Yes.
Okay, she then explained that, she had issues with the sleep, and she started having heart palpitations, and she went to the ER for anxiety. Is that right?
Correct.
And at that time, she told you that she felt that she had an addiction to Ativan. That's why she couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
And she was stressing about that, was really concerned about that, right?
Yes.
She then said that she had weight loss, right?
Yes.
No appetite, right?
Correct.
Panic attacks, right?
Right.
Couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
Next page, December 2nd, office visit, same visit. First paragraph, she was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel in the past 4 days, right?
Sorry, this is a different date on this one. What date do you have?
Okay. So the next page.
Mine, it goes to 12/5.
Okay, all right, let's look at this one then. Would you agree that this is a record from South Shore Health? It talks about continuing your appointment December 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. If you can find
I think
that.
they were just out of order. Here it is.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine, that's no problem, that's not your fault. So are you with me on that she was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel?
Yes.
Okay. And that was within the last 4 days, is that right?
Yes.
So when you saw her on December 2nd, after telling you about the Ativan and telling you about her weight loss and her anxiety and everything else, she told you that she had been prescribed Remeron and Seroquel. And I understand you don't do the drugs, so you don't really have.
No, I don't do medication.
Very difficult to get the brand names and the other names, but we have a chat for that. So she started Remeron and Seroquel, and then she told you that since starting the medication, she's had thoughts that she no longer wants to be here, meaning, I guess, what, on the earth?
No longer wanting
kill
to
herself?
be here could mean anything. But in that instance, when assessing for suicidal ideation, no longer want to be here qualifies as passive suicidal ideation.
Okay. And then she indicates further that this week, she was seeing you, feels like she's going to die. That's what the DA read to you, right?
Yes.
But then it goes on and says, but she doesn't care if she dies, basically. She feels like she's going to die, but she doesn't care. She said that, right?
Yes.
She then talked about how the Remeron and Seroquel were not helping her sleep. Yesterday, she took Ativan, she told you, right?
Yes.
Due to intrusive SI, suicidal ideation thoughts, right?
Yes.
Did she indicate what the intrusive suicidal ideation thoughts were yesterday, which would be December 1st? Did she tell you what that meant? Did you ask her what she meant by that?
I did ask her what she meant, and that would mean that she had the thoughts that she told me about no longer wanting to be here.
Okay. And you then told her that she could go to the ER and that you then sent her local crisis contact information. Is that right?
Yes.
And then talks about onset. Says 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety, correct?
Correct.
And what did she tell you the anxiety was about?
1 second.
Yep. It's under onset.
And what was the question?
Under onset, she indicated 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety, is what
Yes.
the district attorney asked you. And then it continued on with a sentence. What was her anxiety about?
About her children, especially the baby.
And what does that mean? That she was having unmanageable anxiety? Do you know, what does unmanageable mean?
So constantly worried that something was going to happen to her children or something bad was going to happen to the baby.
And at that time, the children were 4, 3, and 6 months, right?
Correct.
Under social, the notes indicate that she talks about her anxiety all the time with her mom, husband, and mother-in-law, correct?
Correct.
And one of the questions the DA asked you is about her support, family supports or collateral contacts, and you indicated the mother-in-law. She also had her mother and father as family support as well, right?
Correct.
And you knew that her mother and father had actually lived in Connecticut, but moved up or came up and stayed with her for at least a week, if not longer, during December, right? If you know. And I know it's difficult if it's not in the notes for you to remember. I'm just asking, do you remember it all that she said that her mother and father came up and stayed with her to help out?
I don't remember that.
Okay. She further went on and said that she's uninterested in other topics from friends. What did that mean? She just didn't want to talk to her friends about anything?
She just had a lack of interest in conversation with friends.
And that would be her social circle. She just didn't care, right?
Right.
She said that she felt numb, right?
Yes.
She had a lack of attention, right?
Right.
Confusion, right?
Right.
Under mood, it says, well, of course, you have disturbed sleep. She's only sleeping 2 to 4 hours a night is what she told you, right?
Correct.
And then it says supports. Mother and father have been staying with her for the past week. Does that refresh your memory that you did get that info, that they were staying with her for the past week?
Yes.
That's fine. I just saw that too, so no
Yes.
problem. You took her history, that she was a nurse, that she had been on leave, and she told you that she lost 10 pounds in the past month, right?
Correct.
Now, can you flip to the next page and make sure we're both on the same page? On the substance use assessment, do you have that?
1 second.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things that you're concerned about is whether or not your patient has a substance abuse problem, like drugs or alcohol or something like that, right?
Correct.
And you've already told us that your opinion was that Lindsay did not have any substance abuse problems other than her fear about the prescribed Ativan, right?
Correct.
So did you ask her about alcohol?
Yes.
Can you tell me what she said about alcohol?
She said the last time she drank alcohol was in October of 2019.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Did she tell you how much, what it is that her alcohol of choice was?
She said her alcohol of choice was wine. She would have 1 to 2 glasses
Did she say why she would do that?
to cope with anxiety.
Okay, and this is back in 2019, right?
Correct.
That would be 3 years before you actually met with her in December of 22, right?
Correct.
Cannabis, the
Yes.
weed, the devil's lettuce. How about that? Did she confess that she was using marijuana?
Yes, she said she did use marijuana.
When?
Last use was November 15th, 2022.
Why?
I'm sorry?
Why did she say that she used it? It's under comments?
Yes, I'm taking a
That's
look.
okay.
She said she tried a marijuana gummy to help with sleep.
And that was on November 15th of 22, right?
Yes.
Go to the next page, assessment and recommendation. If you have that, make sure we have it.
Yes.
Okay. And I think the district attorney had asked you about the mental status exam facial expression, and you indicated that her facial expression showed anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear, right?
Yes.
Do you know what the fear was?
Just going back to that part of the
Sure,
assessment.
yep. It's under facial expression.
And you said facial expressions,
Yes,
right?
please, yeah.
Anxiety, fear, apprehension, sadness.
Okay, so if I can, I apologize. If you just keep you're very soft-spoken.
Yes, I'll walk.
Voice up so the jurors can hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you said that her facial expression exported to you anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear of something, right?
Yes.
Apprehension, right?
Yes.
Sadness,
Yes.
depression.
Yes.
And she expressed that she was having anxiety and numbness, right?
Yes.
And she was crying when she was telling you this, right?
Yes.
And again, indicated that her thoughts were worried about her baby, the new baby she had, the infant, as well as if she's being addicted to Ativan, is what she told you, right?
Yes.
And again, thoughts of wanting to die, but there was no plan.
Correct.
Next page, risk assessment. There's a whole lot of stuff on it, these pages. I'm just trying to cut to the chase here. So you see where it says risk assessment?
I am trying to find
Okay.
it. 1 second.
Yep. Under current I'm sorry, it's under risk assessment.
I'm taking a look.
Okay.
I see protective factors, but I don't see risk assessment.
Okay, let me ask you, under risk assessment on December 2nd, when you asked me about that, at that point that she again admitted to suicidal ideation, right?
Yes.
It was passive.
Yes.
It says plan to go to ER if she feels unsafe or has a plan, right?
Yes.
And then farther down, you have current medications, and she was on quetiapine or Seroquel, right?
Yes.
Fluoxetine or Prozac, right?
Correct.
Lorazepam or Ativan, right?
Yes.
Mirtazapine or Remeron, right?
Yes.
And they were all, that was all active prescriptions that she had on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
Told you that she is seeking counseling for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
Do you have on December 2nd, continuing on with your evaluation where it says clinical notes? Do you have the clinical notes?
1 second.
what I could do is read what I have rather than stand next to you. And if you trust me that I'm not misrepresenting it, I mean, I'm just reading off of this to make it quicker for you. If
Okay.
it refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, I can walk up and show it to you, okay?
Okay.
On that date, your notes say patient requested addiction support services. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that you indicated that you would be sending patient addiction support resources by my chart or the message thing, right?
Correct.
You then indicate that based on history reported, patient meets the criteria for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
That she would benefit from OP therapy. What does that mean?
Yes. From outpatient therapy services.
PHP,
Yes. Partial hospitalization program.
IOP,
Intensive outpatient program.
and that you then helped her out by bridging the therapy services, right?
Yes.
You then noted again postpartum anxiety on December 2nd, according
Yes.
to your notes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you know that she had been seeking and receiving therapy? I don't know if that's therapy or counseling or that type of thing. Like there's a woman that works in your business that provides therapy, right?
Yes. So that person would be me.
So did she come to see you for therapy?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
So is it fair to say that she was more than willing to accept help from somebody like you?
Yes.
She didn't appear to be avoiding any therapy when
No.
recommended, right? If you could, Ms. Dukes, please look at, I think it was December 12th was the next time perhaps that you saw her? Unless it's, there's another intervening period.
So there's December 12th and then there's December 5th.
Oh, okay. So if you could pull out December 5th,
Yes.
and if I can come up and look at it.
Yep. Yep.
All right. So on December 5th, again, you were meeting with her for therapeutic intervention, right?
Yes.
And that on this occasion, she reported she had a difficult weekend, right?
Yes.
Intrusive thoughts of wanting to die, right?
Yes.
That she contacted Aspire Crisis Support, right?
Yes.
She met with an Aspire clinician, right?
Yes.
And what happened when she met with the Aspire clinician?
She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having any suicidal ideation plan.
So if she said, in addition to the fact that she's been in counseling and therapy and seeing psychiatrists and on medications for the past 3 months or whatever the period ultimately would be, and that she wanted to kill herself, didn't want to be here, couldn't care if she died, they told her because she didn't have a plan that they couldn't help her?
Correct.
Did they, to your knowledge, make any recommendations? Or did they recommended that she attend a day program?
Yes.
All right. And that person from Aspire then said he would send her patient resources, right?
Correct.
But nothing ever happened. He never sent her any. You did, but he never sent her any patient resources, right? If you know.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right. So she had you at least to talk to and counsel and advise her. You continued on to make your observations. Fair to say that pretty much things stayed the same as far as her appearance, appearing anxious, appearing sad, unable to relate to people, that type of thing.
Correct.
Okay. Then you have, is a chief complaint of present illness. And again, that was, oh, wait a minute.
That's not my note.
That's not you. Okay. All right, so you can hold on to that.
Yep.
again.
Thank you.
Next time you saw her would be December 12th. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, on December 12th, that was a teleconference that she had called by an appointment with you.
Yes.
And at that point, she reported that she had a difficult weekend and was experiencing intrusive thoughts of wanting to. Do you have it in front of you? I don't want to take advantage of it.
Hold on one second.
Yep.
I don't see the 12th in here.
Okay. Page 28.
Page 28.
And just for the record, I think, Your Honor, that she's looking at the actual exhibit. Am I right? That's the exhibit? That's in evidence? No, it's not. Okay. Can it be in evidence? Can I offer that? Yeah. Okay. Can I offer that?
Any objection? Sure, yeah. Yeah, if I could just add that.
Do you have December 12th? Again, I could do what I did before.
She probably had it before.
Right, yeah.
Took it.
It references providers' interventions, and that would that be you, provider?
Correct.
Okay. And you're talking about symptom management, and yet again, she's reporting she had a difficult weekend, experienced intrusive thoughts, wanted to die, didn't have a plan for suicidal plan, but she contacted Crisis over the weekend, and that would be, again, Aspire, apparently, right? There were
Correct.
2 times she contacted Aspire, not once.
Correct.
Twice. Both times they told her that there's nothing they could do for her, right?
Correct.
And she told you that she was going to start a PHP in Norwell on December 20th, right?
Correct.
But in fact, you were able to, knowing people that you may have and pull strings, you were able to try to get her into the Rhode Island Women and Infants program, right?
Correct.
Which is a really pretty good program.
Correct.
And did you know that she did, in fact, go to Women and Infants on December 20th? She didn't go to the Norwell program. She went to Women and Infants program, and that she was there for the day and that they basically turned her away.
I did know that she went to the Women and Infants program. I was not sure of the date.
Okay. So if I suggest to you it was the same date that she had told you that she was going to go to the program in Norwell on December 20th, and then that you and Nicole Harden Francis reviewed various options, one of which was that, which made sense, to attend the Women and Infants program, IOP or PHP program, right?
Correct.
And that she, patient, provided you with verbal consent
Correct.
to sign whatever had to be signed and get her into that program, right?
Correct.
So you know that she did on December 20th, after not getting anywhere with Aspire ×2 and after dealing with Gelada for all those times that she dealt with her, I'm sorry, the other one, Tufts, you were trying to get her into this program, which would be pretty good for a woman that had postpartum problems, right?
Correct.
And you made your referral, you opened the door for her, and she got in there to at least be interviewed, right?
Correct.
And they didn't take her, right?
Correct.
You know why?
I am not aware as to why.
Would you be surprised if I told you that they indicated that they could not help her out because their diagnosis or secondary diagnosis was that she was over-medicated?
Repeat the question.
Would it surprise you to know that they indicated that they couldn't treat her as a woman with postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression or postpartum anxiety or any of that, because their opinion was that she was suffering from an over-medication?
It would surprise me, yes.
But you don't know.
I do not know.
Okay. Did you know that the records from Women and Infants indicate that, in fact, on that very same day, they reached out to Nurse Gelada and asked her to call them so that they could discuss the medication, and Gelada never got back to her?
I was not aware of that.
I'm sorry?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. I think the district attorney had asked you a question about the last time that you saw her or had any activity with her was on December 19th. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I may have misunderstood. Did she ask you, did you call Lindsay 4 times and she never got back to you that day? Or is that just a list of different things that you did for her?
That's a list of different things that I did for her that day.
Okay, so you were calling other contacts, you were talking to Patrick, you would contact her. I mean, she certainly was not avoiding you. That's
Yes, we were in communication.
all right. You're familiar with, maybe you are, the what's called the Edinburgh scale?
I'm aware of it, yes.
And did she have the Edinburgh scale administered to her, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. What is polypharmacy? What does that mean?
Polypharmacy?
Yeah. You ever heard of that? Polypharmacy?
I've heard of it, but not sure of the exact
Okay. That's
definition.
Okay. Is it something to do with having too much medications thrown at you all at once? If you know.
No, I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay. Excuse me for 1 minute. Apologize. I just had something pulled up and it just went back to default on me. So I just need a second. I apologize. Okay, I get it. And how long have you been working in your particular field?
Since 2011.
Okay. And you have obviously a very impressive background as far as your educational background and your experience. Do you continue to, like, with continuing education?
Yes.
Have you ever been aware, are you aware of the Mass General Hospital Center for Women's Mental Health?
I am aware of it, yes.
Do they offer seminars and programs as well as research articles?
I believe they do.
Okay. Do you know that Mass General Center for Women's Mental Health about a year ago issued a fairly major study and various recommendations for people that are dealing with women that have postpartum periods and how they break up the periods? You familiar with that?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
So if I suggest to you that in that particular Mass General Hospital article, it goes on about postpartum period, and do you agree that the postpartum period, 85% of women that are pregnant mood disturbance? Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
All right. Would you agree that 10 to 15% of women develop more significant symptoms of depression or anxiety?
I agree.
Okay. And then postpartum psychiatric illness is then divided into 3 categories. One sounds like something out of the 50s, postpartum blues. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You've heard that expression before,
Correct.
right? And it can be bothersome, it can be aggravating, it can be intrusive, but it's not threatening the life of the mother or baby or anybody else, right?
Correct.
And it's fairly common, right?
Correct.
Number 2 would be postpartum depression. Now, that's a different issue, correct?
Yes.
And number 3 would be postpartum psychosis. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, postpartum depression, prior to morphing, if you will, into postpartum psychosis, consists of a number of symptoms, symptomology, right? For you to diagnose a woman, whether she's pregnant, has the baby, or after having the baby, with postpartum depression, there are certain things that are symptoms that you look for, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of which would be depressed or sad mood, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Yes.
Next would be tearfulness, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Correct.
Next one would be loss of interest in social activities or usual activities or friends. She had that, right?
Correct.
Feelings of guilt. She had that, right?
She didn't express feelings of guilt.
Okay. Feelings of worthlessness. Did she express that she felt worthless?
She did not express that.
How about fatigue? Did she have that?
She did not express fatigue, but
Were you,
lack of sleep.
I know lack of sleep. Were you aware that, in fact, that she had indicated that she was so wiped out that she couldn't even get out of bed, couldn't put her feet on the ground, and if she did, she felt heavy?
I did not hear that from her.
Okay. How about, you mentioned it, you got it, sleep disturbance is another issue, correct?
Correct.
She had that, right?
Yes.
Change in appetite, she had that, lost 10, 15 pounds, right?
Yes.
Poor concentration, she had that, right? She said she was numb, she could
Yes.
not focus. Suicidal thoughts,
Yes.
we know she didn't have a plan, but she had suicidal thoughts, right?
Correct.
So under the Mass General Hospital research project for women that are suffering from postpartum issues, she pretty much hit every one of the postpartum depression symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And then it talks about if it increases in severity, significant anxiety symptoms may occur. Not generalized anxiety. Significant anxiety symptoms can occur. Is that right?
Correct.
And one of the ways that you determine that is by the test that it can be administered to a person who is in a postpartum status. And that would be what we talked about, the Edinburgh test, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that she was given the Edinburgh test and had a 23 out of 30, I think it was.
I was not aware.
Okay. And some women develop panic attacks referred to as hypochondriasis. You'd agree with that, right?
Agree with that in reference to.
Lindsay, she had panic attacks and complained of having panic attacks.
Yes.
Okay. And then you can get into the various diagnoses of which on a postpartum person in that time frame, obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, right?
Correct.
Or bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, right?
Are you using them interchangeably or
I
could develop?
Trust me, let's say bipolar 1,
Yeah.
okay? So that would be one mental disease, correct?
Correct.
And it's pretty serious stuff, right?
Yes.
And if a person is diagnosed as bipolar, one of the things that you shouldn't, if you know, is prescribe SSRIs such as Prozac or Zoloft, right? If you know.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay. Would you agree that with various cases dealing with postpartum depression, all of the symptoms that we talked about, they utilize the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, which is a 10-item questionnaire that can identify women that have postpartum depression and the severity that they have. And on the scale, a score of 12 or greater it raises concern and indicates a need for more thorough evaluation, right?
Correct.
Do you know whether she was thoroughly evaluated by anybody other than Tufts and Gelada?
I'm only aware of Tufts and Gelada.
Okay. I mean, you were trying to do the best you could with what you had to work with, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now we get to postpartum psychosis. That's the third category, right? Postpartum psychosis, you'd agree, is the most severe form of postpartum psychiatric illness. Is that right?
Correct.
Would you agree that it occurs in averages about 2 out of 1,000 women, right?
Correct.
And its presentation can be very dramatic with onset of symptoms, and that can be within a year, according to the CDC, Center for Disease Control,
Yes.
right? Okay. And when it hits you, it just hits you, bang, quick, right?
Correct.
And when you think about 2 out of 1,000 people, seems like a daunting number, but if I tell you that Fenway Park, when they're full, when they're playing the Yankees, they have 37,700 people. If you take the 37,000 people and you multiply it by 2, that would mean as you're sitting there behind first base, 74 women possibly have postpartum psychosis, right?
Not sure of that number, but
Well, if you agree that it's 2 out of 1,000, according to the studies and the statistics, and if Fenway Park has 37,000 seats, times 2 would be 74.
okay.
That's a pretty large number of people, right? 74 people out of that crowd? Okay. It's not that horribly unusual. I mean, it's something that perhaps you've dealt with in your practice, right?
Yes.
And when you're dealing with people with postpartum psychosis, do you agree that generally they present with an episode of bipolar illness? If you know.
No.
No, they don't, or no, you don't know?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Bottom line is, from your dealing with Lindsay, she appeared to be sincere, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be looking for help, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be hurting, right?
Yes.
Turning in every direction she could for help, right?
Correct.
And the last time you saw her was when?
December 19th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Attorney Bucky.
Ms. Dukes, you indicated that you didn't review the records of Nurse Paul or Nurse Gelada.
Correct.
Why?
I wanted to have a fresh set of eyes to look at the situation and to assess it when she came in for her visit. That's typical practice.
And that's why you do an entirely new process, right? Where you do your own intake, you assess diagnostics for determining whether there's any sort of mental illness, right?
Correct.
And while you can collaborate or speak with the providers about an overall treatment for the patient, your therapy is your therapy.
Correct.
And as far as your role, you don't have any role in medication management, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. And so when the note read current medications, is that just based on what pre-fills for the patient based on their historical records for the clinic?
Yes.
Okay. And so you don't know what she was prescribed and when, and if all of those prescriptions were active. You just know what's in the computer.
Correct.
And as far as the timeline here for the recommendations for partial hospitalization, I just want to make sure that we're clear. You had been for some time recommending some sort of partial hospitalization program, correct?
Correct.
And on December 12th, you had already talked to Lindsay Clancy about the Women and Infants program, had you not?
Correct.
And so when she told you on the 12th that she was starting that program in Norwell, that wasn't from your referral, right?
No.
And you still recommended Women and Infants.
Correct.
And you got her consent on that visit, right?
Yes.
And on the 19th, when you saw her, were you aware that she had been at the Mass General ER on December 15th for evaluation?
No.
And that she had reported then to them that she opted for an outpatient program at Women and Infants as opposed to going inpatient to McLean? Did you know that?
I wasn't aware of that.
And when you met with her on the 19th, after the visit to the ER, she still hadn't engaged with Women and Infants, had she?
No.
And so you had to re-refer her.
Yes.
But you weren't aware that she had already gotten a referral from Mass General.
No.
And so you did later learn she went on December 20th, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to review those records about this visit to the 20th? So you don't know that the ultimate plan and assessment for her was that they didn't think she qualified for the program, but they provided her with several options for other inpatient treatments for medication management, partial hospitalization, and general mental health. Did you know that?
No.
And as of your last meeting with her on December 19th, ultimately, what were your impressions of how she was doing?
My impression was that her symptoms were improving because of the social aspects, spending time with family and friends and able to exercise when before it was difficult for her to engage or pay attention.
And your observations of her while you were interacting with her, were they more positive than on previous occasions?
Yes, she was able to smile and laugh.
Okay, thank you.
What were you laughing about? When was it she was laughing with you?
I believe that was the last visit, the 19th.
So on the 19th, it was on television or was it in person?
It was a virtual visit, a video
Virtual
visit.
visit.
Yes.
And on the 19th, on the virtual visit, what was the purpose of that visit?
The purpose of that visit was to see if she was able to connect with care.
Okay. So you would have, I guess, in your notes or reference to the fact that on the 19th of December that she was laughing.
Not that she was laughing, but that she was able to laugh.
Able to laugh.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm looking here on December 19th, telemedicine. Letitia, I apologize, Dukes, perinatal behavior health program. And you talk in that form about the date of the service, December 19th, psychotherapy, PCP, Margaret, that would be the primary care, Margaret Anastasia. Perinatal behavioral health program, you talk with the quote, if this is telehealth visit, please dot the phrase video visit, whatever. Therapeutic intervention, she's 32 years old, married, female, presents for postpartum anxiety. Symptom management, patient continues to have low mood and numbness. Was she laughing when she had numbness?
What date are you looking at?
December 19th, the last day you saw her, or the last time you had any contact with her.
She didn't appear to have that, no.
She didn't appear to have what, laughing or numbness?
Numbness.
Well, it says right in the notes, does it not? The patient continues to have low mood and numbness.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want you to say yes unless I can show it to you. So, right here. Patient continues to have low mood and numbness, right?
Correct.
Patient has not had suicidal ideation and did not need crisis intervention over the weekend. In other words, she didn't kill herself, right?
Correct.
To help with the mood, patient has been spending time with her husband, children, and exercising, right?
Yes.
And exercise is one of the things that you would generally, your people would generally recommend that the mother do, right?
Correct.
That's a good thing to try to do, is to exercise, right?
Correct.
So if the fact that the government has records that show that she would take her kids or her husband would take her kids, that they would go to a local gym and exercise or swim, that's consistent with what she was advised, right?
Correct.
It doesn't mean that she's just out there having a good time exercising, right?
Objection.
No, overall.
She was told that that's a good thing to do, right?
She was told that that was a good thing to do, but the fact that she's able to follow through and do it shows improvement.
Oh, okay. So when did she go to the gym?
She didn't give me exact dates. These are things that
Did
she
you ever
told me
ask
she
her?
did.
Did you ever ask her, if you're telling me that, this is showing improvement, is it in the records? Does it indicate that you asked her if she was exercising? And if so, where and when?
So we don't write down everything that we talk about in the meeting. It's particularly a summary of that visit.
Okay. And all I did was ask you about patient was spending time with her husband, children, and exercising. And then you said that that's an indication that she's improving.
Correct.
Okay. And then I asked you if she's going to a gym. That's not a bad thing, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay. And then it says that she received a call, and counsel asked you about this. She received a call from women and infants, but missed the call. Do you remember that? Remember the DA asking you that question? You said that she missed the call.
Yes.
She didn't continue to read that the reason she missed the call is that she was at another medical appointment, right?
Correct.
And she called you back, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Clinician, you, provided contact information for women and infants. Patient reported that she would contact them today, meaning December 19th, but in fact, she did, and you did back it up. She did with your help, and she then went the following day on the 20th, right?
Correct.
Okay. And finally, fair to say that nowhere in here does it say that she was laughing?
You would have to go to the assessment, the risk assessment.
Okay. Got it? Let's see, please. Okay. Now, what's a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is to assess how the person is appearing that day, their mood and their interaction with you in that visit and how you perceive them.
Okay. So, with the help from the DA, we have December 19th, the telemedicine form, clinical notes, right?
Yes.
The laughing wouldn't be in that area, would it?
No, it would be more so in this area.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Mental status exam, right?
Mm-hmm.
Appearance, hygiene, WNL.
Within normal limits.
Okay. Clothing normal, eye contact normal, build normal, posture normal, body movement normal, right?
Yes.
Behavior is cooperative, right?
Yes.
And speech is within normal limits, is that correct?
Correct.
Emotional state, affect. Patient reports feeling numb and having low mood for most of the day, right?
Yes.
Facial expression, other. Facial expression, calm, was able to laugh and smile, right?
Yes.
Would that be in response to you saying something funny, or why was she laughing?
That would be in response to me saying something funny.
So you guys were kind of bonding a little bit.
Yes.
All right. But she basically still continued to report that she was numb, having low mood, and basically the symptomology that she had already reported, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
All right, Como? All right, thank you. Thank you. You may step down. Thank you. All right, Como, do you want to call your next witness?
I'm also called Cameron Daly as its next witness, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Sir, could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Cameron Daly,
And how do you spell your first name?
Cameron.
And can you just spell your last name for the record?
Daley.
And where do you work?
Duxbury Police Department,
How long have you been there?
6.5 years.
And back in January of 2023, what was your assignment then?
Patrolman.
And I'm going to draw your attention specifically to January 24th, 2023. Were you asked to do a particular assignment out of Duxbury in that evening?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
Report to Brigham Women's Hospital
And why were you going there?
for hospital watch of the suspect.
And that individual was Lindsay Clancy?
Correct.
Was there already a Duxbury officer on scene at Brigham and Women's when you got there?
Yes, two.
Two?
Yes.
And who were they?
Officer Lepard and Officer Broderick.
And when you arrived at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, were you by yourself or was there somebody else with you?
I was with another officer, Officer Thomas Johnson.
And were you able to make observations of the suspect, of the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, on that day?
Yes.
And she was asleep, was she not?
Correct.
And she had medical devices attached to her?
Yes.
Was she being treated by the medical staff there at Brigham?
Yes, periodically.
And were you inside or outside the room, if you know?
Outside the room.
And were any visitors or any other people other than the medical staff in that room with her while you were there?
No.
And from the 24th into the 25th, what time did you leave the next day on the 25th?
So I reported to the hospital on the 25th.
Oh, okay.
I was there. I arrived at 10 a.m.
So your shift there at the hospital was what?
I got there at 10 a.m. I left about 7 p.m. that night, but it was an 8 to 4 scheduled patrol shift.
Okay. And you said that was on the 25th?
Correct.
And you took over for Officer Lepard?
Correct. Who were there on the overnight previous.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. And when you left that next evening on the 25th at 7 p.m., was there another Duxbury officer who came to relieve you, or who came to relieve you?
No, at that time, State Police Detective McDonald arrived on scene with his crime scene team, and then Plymouth County Sheriff deputies came to take over the hospital watch.
And during that entire shift that you were there, were any attorneys or any other individuals in the room to see Ms. Clancy?
No.
And did you go back to the hospital for any shifts after that day?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Were you in uniform?
Yes.
Had your gun on?
Correct.
Had your badge?
Yes, sir.
The other guy too?
Yes, sir.
You were gonna what, guard the woman that was tied to the bed?
Correct.
That's all we have.
Anything?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir. Please step down.
Thank you.
All right. So members of the jury, rather than start another witness for just a couple of minutes, we're going to break, take the afternoon recess at this point. plan would be to come back approximately 2 o'clock, come right back, resume with the Commonwealth's case. And remind you again, you probably know what I'm going to say. No, talk about this case. Don't do any research about this. Don't read anything about it. While you're on break, don't go anywhere that has anything to do with this case. Take the next hour. Just kind of put this out of your head. We'll see you. Okay, thank you.
Court, all right. Good. Find yourself a notebook. This, follow me.
All right, Council Fair, just for 1 second, sidebar, just for a minute.
Let's see if there's going to be a major proclamation here before we head into the lunch fest. Hey, folks, how you doing? Good to have you along. Boy, it's been a weird day. My initial reaction is I am numb and I'm not laughing. I have some. I decided I'm going to put together some a chart that I think is something I would do if I were representing Lindsay Clancy, and I would use it for the jury because I'm big on these demonstratives to give a sense of, what went wrong in this case, because this has really been a trial of the mental health care system in this area, and I'm afraid in this country. That's what's on trial here. It just so happens to be manifested in the courtroom by Lindsay Clancy. So can't wait for us to chat about that stuff. I've got a bunch of the questions queued up. I'm continually surfing for more. If you want to ask a question, please put it in here with a question mark, or a QQQ. I know that Sheila is sifting through as well, and if she sees stuff, she will star it and put it up there. Joy's supposed to be on vacation, but I noticed she's popped in a little bit during the course of the day. Joy, this is not a vacation. Go vacation. You've got friends coming in, and you're doing the pre-friend prep, but come on, got to turn it off. Not physically, but you know what I mean. Got a chance to go out with the dog today. Took a quick dog walk. It was during that time that I was reflecting on this most recent, not the most recent witness, who is another zero. Let's bring another one of the witnesses who make the defense look good and the Commonwealth look like idiots. Let's bring one of the cops. Why we're bringing another one at this point in time, who the hell knows? Do we need another cop to tell us how many cops were at the hospital? Now? Is it just because, jury, I know you may have forgotten that we told you early on in this case that there were police officers protecting justice because, miracles happen. And this woman strapped to the bed with arm restraints, not handcuffs, with a breathing tube, with tubes coming out of each side of her chest, and, oh, by the way, paralyzed from at least the waist down. I'm not sure they knew the length of the breadth of the paralysis at that point. Things can happen. Miracles can happen. We need somebody guarding this room because she might just stand up and run. You don't know. You don't know. It could happen. So let's bring on another witness so that Kevin Reddington can point out the stupidity of this to the jury. And how did he phrase it? Let's see. He says, and then the cop plays along, of course. He says, so you were there to guard the woman that was tied to the bed? Correct. Okay, and then I started thinking, oh, well, wait a minute. Maybe is she affiliated with the mob? That they were protecting her, not from escaping, not protecting the public at large, because it was, a safety threat that Lindsay Clancy might escape from that hospital bed. No. She was a mob informant, perhaps. And they were protecting her from somebody in the mob sneaking into the hospital and finishing the job. Now it's starting to make sense to me. Finally, I was a little confused for a while. So now we're having the pre-sidebar to the lunch, which will then end at about 2-ish, 2:15. And then we'll have another sidebar to talk about what we were beginning to talk about now in this sidebar. Some of the questions that are coming up are like, they're like mercy questions. How much more? Please, how much more of the Commonwealth case can we take? Of those witnesses that we've seen today, 2 of them were out in the hallway yesterday when I was there. I got to get her title right because all these healthcare providers, it's very confusing to me. Miss, what was her last name? Dukes, Letitia Dukes. Letitia Dukes. Mental health counselor. Yeah, because we don't have enough medical doctors / psychiatrists. Psychiatrists are medical doctors. Nurse practitioners. All these folks who can prescribe meds, hopefully monitor meds. They're not, but they're prescribing them, and some of them are taken. Maybe some of them are not. We need this woman in the mix. Now, the note I have about her that is positive is that it sounds like she was the one who spearheaded the effort to get Lindsay Clancy into women's and infants. It's a clunky name for the hospital, sorry. Women's and infants. And I didn't know that they called it that because you could take your infant child with you. Here's what I find interesting about that. If you're in a postpartum scenario, isn't it true that sometimes the mom has issues being with the child and it exacerbates whatever the problems might be? So now, I guess it's optional. If you are not at that point and you want to bring the infant, great, probably helps. If you are at that point, then bringing the infant may not be a great idea, right? Might exacerbate whatever's going on. Anyway, she was at least, Miss Dukes was the one that sounds like she had a friend of a friend who at least got her looked at least through the intake process. She got a look. And we know what happened after that. Denied, because you're like a walking cocktail of meds. And we can kind of help over the next couple of weeks to get that cleared up, but we don't even want to start because we don't have a base level on you. We don't know what your behavior is you quote, unaltered, unmedicated, and what is the current state of your behavior because of all the meds. It's interesting. So I give her credit for that. Otherwise, and it's not her fault that she's in the mix because she was sought out and she, provided something, I guess, to Lindsay Clancy. But I just see it as another diversion. We're taking that boat trip from point A to point B and we keep going off to the side with let's say we start the trip with Captain Tufts. Tufts. Maybe she was Duffy, but it was Tufts. So here you have. I'll wait till we get out because I know this is an amazing graphic, and I want to make sure you see it in all of its glory. So we'll wait for the sidebar to finish up, and I'll show that to you. And what in my mind is the perfect illustration of what happened in this course of treatment for Lindsay Clancy. Did you ever think when you heard about this case, and even the biggest picture about defense, did you think you were going to see a treatment history like we are seeing? I couldn't have imagined it. I'm sure. I know we have a lot of folks, and we had some on last night. If you didn't see last night's show, I think did it. I don't know if I launched it I think it's launching this afternoon as a standalone. I didn't want to launch it during the trial time, but it was our visit with Vanessa and Chris, who had the meds issue as a bipolar a diagnosed patient, and Vanessa, or V, as somebody who dealt with postpartum. So we basically have the both sides of this discussion embodied in these two folks. And so I know a lot of people, and they were viewers. And so I know there are a lot of folks that have dealt with this. And so maybe this, platooning of healthcare providers is the norm. If it is, I think we got a problem. And if you have a patient seeking help from a number of different avenues, and you don't have somebody steering the ship, then that person's going to just ping pong off of all these folks, or pinball off of, maybe is better. Maybe picking up a little something here, boom, a little something there, ding, 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 bing, a little something here, boom, a little something there. But without the cohesiveness of one healthcare provider, you're lost. And it's got to be extra frustrating for somebody like Lindsay Clancy, who is certainly trying to figure out what the hell is wrong, but not having anybody with a they talk about this whole thing with suicidal ideation or intrusive thoughts, not having a plan or intent, which we know is BS. We've talked about that, and we'll talk about it more. But who was the doctor that had a real plan for this patient? Not a try this, maybe try that. How about you do this? Try this med. It was very haphazard, and without that steady hand on the tiller, she was lost. I know that certain patients, first of all, her being a nurse in the delivery and labor department hurt her, because healthcare providers got lazy and just decided, well, she's basically a doctor herself. Yeah, she had 1 month of study in this specific category. She's not an expert for herself or anybody else. So, but I think that was held against her because it made it easier for the doctors or the other healthcare providers to just give it short shrift and just assume she gets it, right? That was one thing. And then I think she is a little more, I say high maintenance. I don't mean that in a negative way. I just mean it in a matter of fact, practical sense. She needed more handholding. She wanted more assistance than she was getting. I'm sure there will be lots of folks that aren't. They're a little more independent and a little probably less desperate. She just seemed desperate to get help somewhere, anywhere, anybody. That was when she wasn't laughing. So I think you will find, of course, patients who are less, high maintenance, and maybe that's not good for them either, because they're, they've sucked it all inside and they're not looking for people to help them fix things. I get it. It's a slippery slope. It is not, I use my mechanics analogy, which is where my brain goes. It isn't that, it's not an objective type of science. You can't open up the hood and take a look under and say, oh, the Franostan needs a little skininkanazoid on there. I get that, but there's got to be a better way. There has got to be a better way. You have to have somebody that is guiding the overall treatment. You just got to. Excuse me while I just peruse here to add comments and questions as I might. What do you think they're talking about now? It sure can't be scheduling. It's got to be about a specific witness. And scheduling, timing. Because of the 3 witnesses I saw out in the ante room, they were actually in the hallway on one of the first benches. As you walk out the door, they were sitting there on the left. We saw Ms. Dukes, and then we saw, I thought he was a doctor just because, I thought that's where we were. Crazy me. I thought we were done with all the first responder, law enforcement types. Oh, no. We had Daniel Lawler pop in, sergeant with the MSP, been there for 7 years. He did a number of things. He was involved with the custody of the blood, and I'm assuming the urine as well. Then he went to Boston Children's because that's where Callan was. He picked up the pill bottles, so gave the prosecution one more chance to go through that, itemize those. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see if I've got, hold on a second. Let me see if I've got, grab a prop here. Hold on. One of my many stray bottles I have. There you go. I got them everywhere. So this one's empty. Oh my gosh. What was in this one? Let's see. Let me read the date on this. Oh, this is a good one. This is an oldie but a goodie. December 13, 2002. I'm going to need this. This was, let me see what it was for and what I had going on. I've been way too healthy. So I don't, most of this stuff is from, this was when I had my knee operated on. That's how long ago. This knee has been amazing. I still play tennis, still play softball, golf, knock on some sort of wood product. Yeah, it's not, it'll tweak every now and then. It was just a meniscus repair, not a big deal. But to get, at this point, 24 years out of it, thank you, Dr. Korchak. Got in there and did something. Oh, this was Vicodin, one of the favorites of doctors 20 years ago. It not so much anymore. And then I've got some other stuff put in here that I've marked. This is from some other adventure I've had. And it sounds like I'm a regular old druggie, but I really haven't had that. And this is a cyclobenzapine, Flexeril. So I think a lot of this stuff came about from the knee surgery and then the back issues, which, they try and give you all kinds of stuff. I didn't want to take any of that stuff. I did the steroid shots a few times, and actually it worked great till about 3.5, 4 years ago when I had to actually go and have the surgery. Okay, one more for you. I know I got a bunch of them here. Go to your drawer, get this stuff, throw it in the trash, please. This, sometimes I'd have to look up what it is. It's a pain pill of some sort. Meloxicam. Anybody know? Anyone? Get up your PDR, your physician's desk reference. This one is a little newer. This was in 21. Well, this actually was for my son. Why do I have this? He had a leg issue, sporting injury. Anyway, so like I said, people have these laying around, but they were a great prop for the prosecution because you could pull out these, have the MSP sergeant pull these things out. And again, how many of those were missing? Reinforced for the jury that, okay, 4 out of 20 were missing or 6 out of 30 were missing. I don't care about any of that stuff. I truly believe that the Commonwealth thinks that the jury is stupid, that they will look at that quantitative analysis instead of a qualitative analysis. They'll look at that quantitative analysis and say, look, it only took 4 pills out of 20. Couldn't have been a big deal. Instead of, well, what does that mean? What is the half-life of each pill? How does each pill interact with other meds while it is metabolizing in the body? We heard from one of the witnesses yesterday about a switch over in benzos from, I think it was Ativan to Valium. And again, I've bored you with my history with benzodiazepines as a representing a pharmacist, so I learned quite a bit about this stuff. So Ativan is a shorter acting, meaning it's bam, and then it kind of comes off of a cliff, whereas Valium is just more like, kind of a slow burn, right? So that was the idea to change them out. Because Ativan, because of that stronger hit and rapid decline, it becomes more addicting. But all benzos have an addictive component to them. So anyway, now you can talk about how many pills were taken or weren't taken all day. I don't care. I want to know what the chemical reactions are between the meds and in a person's bloodstream. Oh, he didn't take any blood test. Whoopsie. Sorry. No blood test to determine the metabolites. Nah. Why bother? Why bother? We've got all these other healthcare professionals. Who needs to, actually do some qualitative analysis of where these meds are and what they mean? They didn't get around to that. So, as I was saying, I think I was starting with the people I saw in the ante room there for the courtroom. Obviously, we heard from Dukes. Then we heard from a guy. I do believe he was sitting out there. The sergeant for the MSP. I just thought he must be a doctor. We've already got all these other first responders and law enforcement. They're done, right? No. And then there was a third person who I've not seen yet. It was not the person who just took the stand now. Who I've already forgotten who's been that useless. I'm sorry, nothing personal, dude. Cameron Daly, a Duxworth patrolman. Yeah, he's sent to the Brigham Hospital to hang out. He's, guard the patient. Again, I'm starting to think my mob informant theory makes more sense. Guarding her safety, not guarding others from her, because she might have just bolted at any moment. Maybe we have more of these folks. I just don't know what the Commonwealth is thinking. Are they thinking this is helpful to the jury? Is it like, oops? I do get the sense that with Lawler, who they did use to talk more about the pill bottles, that it was something they felt they hadn't properly tied up in terms of custody. Nobody is disputing blood samples were taken, urine samples were taken. These were found during a search and cataloged. Nobody is disputing any of that. And you'll hear Kevin Reddington say, which I think is a good move, as often as appropriate, Your Honor, we're fine with all this. We're not disputing any of this stuff. It just reinforces, again, to, I think, a reasonable person, what is the Commonwealth doing? Why are they wasting our time? There's nobody more important in the courtroom than the jury members, and their time is being wasted. A close second to that is the voice, I call her the voice recorder. I'm not sure what their official title is because I've always dealt with, a traditional recording person. But Massachusetts still, and federal courts in a lot of cases, still use the Darth Vader mask. And I keep wondering, I was talking to Bob Mata about this. I said, because he didn't realize it was a, and I said, I always wonder if they go, in real life, they go to a party or maybe they're talking with their significant other. And when that other person speaks or a group of people are speaking in a cocktail party scenario, that you're regurgitating what they've just said, because that would be your job. You'd be like, so how's your son? Well, he went off to college. Well, he went off to college. And now he's studying. Because that's a very specific skill. I just don't know. Can you just turn that off? Yeah, remember that a lot of the folks that we're seeing, Dukes is included in this category, is a civil defendant. I thought, since we're killing so much time here, did this thing freeze? Are we still live? What is going on? Do anybody know? Or, are we still, this is still the sidebar? I think that's a little intense. This is still the sidebar. I can believe if, it still looks like it's the sidebar. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna keep that up in case I have a feeling they're gonna come back and just say court is in recess, but you never know. So I was gonna wait to get into all the details on some of these witnesses, but since we're doing some kicking rocks, as we say in the business, let me get back to a little something on Letitia Dukes, the mental health counselor. Okay. Did a lot of the buzz phrases she used sound familiar? Like, we've heard all of this from all these other folks. Okay. And also certain things that annoy me, which is, no, I never looked at anybody else's records. Oh, why? Well, I wanted a fresh perspective. I don't want to go in just parroting what somebody else has said. Okay. There may be a scintilla, as they say in the legal biz, of validity to that until you've come to whatever your conclusions may be. Then I want to look at the med records. Then you're not looking and confirming what you find. You're looking to see if somebody else had a different take, or maybe there's something you missed. So you've already come to your conclusions. You've already checked all of the boxes, right? That's what they do a lot of. You're checking a lot of boxes there. Numb, laughing. And then you can go to the pre-existing records and say, oh, that's interesting. I didn't notice that. Or, yep, that's consistent with what I saw. Why not do that? Because they're lazy. And I don't mean in the normal sense. I mean, the process is designed for get them in, get them through, get them the hell out. And to circle back and actually review records from another healthcare provider, that does not fit in the factory, assembly line process of mental health care. And I'm telling you right now, you should be praying and thanking God, if you haven't, praying to God that you don't have to go through some sort of mental health screening or process like Lindsay Clancy did. Obviously, her situation was extreme, but if you need any of that care, this stuff has to make you think, maybe I'm okay. Maybe I'll work this out, because it's frightening what is happening to this woman, or what did happen to this woman, and I can only assume it's happening to many, many more. Hey, this reminds me. Karen Cole, UK lawyer, did you send your mailing address? JusticeServeTV@gmail.com. And that's what makes this cup fancy special. You can buy this one on the merch thing. I think they're maybe in black and in this greenish color. But they will not have this on the back. You can only get that when you answer one of the annoying questions I asked from somewhere in the field, which Karen Cole, UK lawyer, did when I was in Kansas City last week. Can't believe that was just last week. So, okay. You guys are, I want to, maybe I'll do this. I want to show you my graphic that I'm building in front of you. And then maybe we'll, I'll keep an eye on the shield, the crest. Look at that. See that hat? Remember Judge McCarthy Naaman? See that? This is my hat for her. Okay, so, Justice Serve TV, we spare no expense on the graphic department. So here you have treatment beginning and whatever it begins. Okay, let's say, I'll put this down here. Jennifer Tufts. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Jennifer Tufts. Here's the goal. This is the patient recovering, being, what did I put? Well patient. Okay. Well patient. Along the way, you start that journey with Dr. Tufts. Okay. And in a perfect world, you're going to go right here. Bing. But in this case, we have off to nurse practitioner here. Let's make this one nurse practitioner. Let me see. Okay, we'll take a little side trip to nurse practitioner Paul. Okay. And then after she gets done, whoops, got another one up here. Nurse practitioner Lollapalooza. And just to keep things straight, Lollapalooza is a defendant along with South Shore Med, but nurse practitioner Paul is not. Okay, so you've made, those are the two. And then, and you just keep adding them as you go. I can't even keep track of all of them. But my point is I think my point is obvious. You got another one here, and then you got another one here. Oh, and then here comes along what is it again? What is her title? Mental health counselor. I call her a MHC. Then you go to MHC Dukes. Right here. That's another detour along the way to wellness. And that's just on and on and on. You could do an amazing graphic, I think, for the jury. A little cleaner than this, perhaps, where you specifically identify each of the healthcare providers that derailed. I'm going from boating analogy to train. Derailed this plan to get this patient well, Lindsay Clancy. I think it's critical. And again, to me, it's as much as anything, it's an indictment of the medical community and the mental health community specifically. Sorry, just notes coming in. Fan mail from some flounder. Okay, there's nothing going on. It's still, he may have just said, have a nice day, and they didn't go back on the record. That's very possible. So, and that is the case, then we will jump into our fun for the day. Let me hit some of the points that and again, I don't have as good a knowledge, I'm sure, as you do from this session today. When I go to cover a trial, just like when I'm in trial, not on trial, as I say in the East, I'm not on trial. I'm in trial, representing somebody. I'm all in. So the stuff going on back here at corporate headquarters starts to pile up. So I've been digging out as best I can, keeping one eye on one thing and another eye on another, and then taking, oh yeah, this guy for a walk. See, I pooped him out. Look at that. Oh, domino. Oh, domino. Domino. Hey, goofball. He is sacked out. Okay. I know people are mad. Don't wake up the poor dog. What is it they say? Let sleeping dogs and children lie. Is that a thing? So anyway, it was nice to get that in, but just trying to clear my head from all the stuff I left behind when I was on the road, which I love to do. I don't do it begrudgingly at all. I love it, but it has consequences. So I'm just trying to clear up the messes. So if I have one of these details wrong, or you think I've missed something important about one of these witnesses, please yell at me. We are conveniently, we're on day 12 and it's the 12th. Isn't that nice? That's one less thing that you have to calculate in your brain. We're on day 12 and it's the 12th. So we have Daniel Lawler come up again. Surprise! Time for another, effectively a first responder who's gone to a couple of these different places. I didn't have a lot to say about him because I just kind of zoned out, other than the fact that he did go to the hospital where Callan was being treated. And I have no problem with, we talked about the causation issue. There's no real issue as to Cora and Dawson. Unfortunately, there's no causal disconnect in actions by Lindsay Clancy and the death of those children. There's just not. But because Callan lived for about 3 days, there is that question that the prosecution has to answer, and that is, was there some sort of superseding, intervening cause that actually led to death? In other words, he did not die from what Lindsay Clancy did, but what happened to him afterwards during treatment. But they cleared that up, and they had that autopsy report and photo, which was brutal, only to Callan, though, and that's why, because Callan arguably died from something else. Not the end result, not the reality, but it was a possibility. And I don't blame the Commonwealth. They had to sew that up. So that's fine. But do we have to have that for all these other folks after the fact? No. And they had way too much of that in the first place. We know that. These witnesses we've seen today lead me to believe that unless there's only a couple more, they won't get done today. The prosecution is going to be looking at tomorrow. And I think there was a specific question about that, and we'll get into it in just a second. It was an interesting and kind of long sidebar followed by a voir dire. Now, what happens is during the course of a trial, which, as you know, is a living, breathing thing, things happen. Okay. In this case, with this witness, they got to a point and they were talking about I think it was the custodial issues in the hospital. And they got to this point where Commonwealth objected to where the cross-examination was going. So they had this big long sidebar, which results in a voir dire of this witness. Jury is excused, further frustrating them. And the questioning is done really for the court to determine whether this witness can testify on this topic in dispute. Ultimately, and then he took another break. Ultimately, when Reddington got back to the cross-examination, he focused on this custody issue. I don't think it was make or break for anybody, but it was one more opportunity for the defense to kind of showcase the police presence for this severely injured person that was strapped by the wrists to the hospital bed, barely able to speak, and prevented from seeing anybody. Family had to, the attorney who represented Lindsay Clancy before Reddington had to get a court order to go in and see his client. That's ridiculous. The cops made this guy get a court order to see his client. You got some constitutional issues there that are they pale in comparison to what's going on now. But it's just outrageous to suggest that this person can't have the right to see an attorney. Is it because you're pretending she's not under arrest? Well, then what are these cops doing here? You're pretending she's not in custody? Well, what are these cops all doing here? If they had left, knowing, like reasonable persons might, she's not going anywhere. Okay, we got her. We don't have to keep her under constant observation with our full uniforms and firearms, as Kevin Reddington was happy to point out to this jury. They weren't in plain clothes. They were there like gendarme. So he's happy to point that out again. If they had just left, knowing full well she's not going anywhere, then I think you got a better argument about controlling who comes or goes. It doesn't look like we're keeping her from people. Okay, we're keeping her from anybody. Why would you do that? It just makes you look bad, and that's what happened. And Reddington was able to showcase that. So anyway, they got through that. The voir dire process I think it's a very efficient, effective way to do it. And if the judge needs more than just the arguments of the parties, then let's talk to the witness. Let's talk to the person they're trying to get this information from. There was a reference too about voices being heard, and it was affirmed in one of the doctor's records. My notes on this were a little sketchy, but I think it was one more way for Reddington to use this seemingly disconnected witness to get in medical notes about something that had been reported by somebody else. To me, there was at least a double hearsay issue there, but didn't seem to be objected to because that came in. And then we have Ms. Dukes, Letitia. Well, I'm not sure what the necessity is when you've already seen at least 2 nurse practitioners and a psychiatrist, and there may even be one more doctor that I'm missing. Why you need a mental health counselor, okay? And I was a little unclear how Lindsay Clancy got to her. Was it a referral? Was it just somebody knew who this Ms. Dukes was and say, hey, why don't you reach out to her? I don't know. I'm a little fuzzy on that because I must have missed that part. So if you know, tell me. But the fact is, what did she have to add to the mix that the psychiatrist and the 2 nurse practitioners didn't already have, hopefully, in hand? Nothing. Just another little side trip, little diversion on the way down the path to wellness. I do give her credit for at least getting an intake appointment for Lindsay Clancy with the Women's and Infants Hospital, which again, we know went nowhere because she was so messed up on drugs. And also there was, I think if she had manifested a suicide plan, we'll get into that distinction again, which is another, that is a very scary subjective analysis. No plan, no intent to kill yourself. You're just talking about it all the time. Then, okay, you're over here. You're on this side of the fence. If she had intended, if she said, look, I've been thinking about ending my life. I have a huge knife at home. When the kids are asleep. I mean, now you got a plan and intent. I think they would have taken her into the program or maybe referred her to somewhere even more severe. The other thing, please, somebody help me with this. What is partial hospitalization? I know what an outpatient is. You go in, you get treated, you leave. What is partial hospitalization? Not one person has asked, neither attorney. They say, what is a PH? Partial hospitalization. Okay. And then they go right on. What is it? I don't know what it is. Please help me. Help me. Yeah, I'm not trying to dump on Letitia. I think she did her job. But I'm dumping on the fact that anybody was doing whatever she was supposed to be doing in the bigger plan and the bigger scheme. What was it? What good was it? Was it just because somebody said, can we get somebody to talk with Lindsay Clancy? She's driving me crazy. She just needs too much, and I don't have enough time. Let's refer her to a admittedly lower level mental health provider. I don't think we can dispute that. Maybe that's what it was. But my point is that it just seemed to be a further diversion from what should have been a bigger plan, a goal to get this woman the treatment that she needed. So nothing against Ms. Dukes. I'm sure she's fine, great at what she does. Might have been a wonderful starting point. And then from her, you get referred off to a psychiatrist or a nurse practitioner in the psychiatric field. But it seems to me you're already along that road. And then you see this, again, lower level mental health provider. It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out because I was a little fuzzy on all of that. The minute she asked for a lawyer, all questioning stopped. So she's being quizzed. And I know there was some issue about whether she could speak, whether the intubation or extubation had taken place. Thanks for clearing that up, Sarah. I appreciate that. All W31-8H of you. Okay, so Joy, who's on vacation, this is what she's doing on vacation. Justice Served TV Women and Infants in Rhode Island has daily 8 a.m. to 4 partial hospitalization. So it's really outpatient. Okay, so you go in, maybe you're there for a few hours getting therapy, you're getting a hot toddy, you're getting a cocktail. I don't know, but at the end of the day, it's closing time. Okay, that makes sense. It's just the name is a little weird. It's basically outpatient treatment. Okay, Joy, continue to enjoy your vacation. Okay, Tara Roach. Then there's an IOP, which is half days or a couple of days a week. Okay, let's think. IOP, indefinite outpatient? No. Internal out? No. In and outpatient? Help me with the IOP, Tara Roach. I'm just scanning through some of this stuff. So if you do answer, I'm probably not going to see till I circle back to the bottom. Okay. Tara Roach. Tara, are you in the biz? Are you in the healthcare biz? Partial hospitalization program. I work there. Oh, well, beautiful. From 9 to 3, Monday through Friday. So that's a term of art, as they say, and it refers to. It's like I got it. It's medical daycare. You know, I'm dropping my kid off in the morning, picking the kid up in the afternoon after a day at daycare. So it's medical daycare. That's how my brain will characterize it. I got it. Everybody's like, dude, it's this. It's so simple. Why don't you know this? I don't know. I'm happy to say I have not had the pleasure. Okay, here's one I found something here. Nosy Rosie. Why do you think they didn't collect Lindsay's drawers? Wait a minute. My mom always told me to wear clean undies. The whole thing was a spectacle. Yeah, who doesn't remember that? If you're of a certain age, make sure you wear clean underwear. Even now, and maybe because when I fell off the ladder a couple years ago, and it was my first and only ER visit, it was cemented in my head. I'm like in the ambulance, and I think I was pretty cognizant of what was going on. And I'm thinking, do I have clean underwear? Is my underwear is like maybe I was delusional, but those things that your parents teach you at an early age, they kind of they stick with you. So they didn't keep her drawers. I didn't really make a note of that. I didn't think it was all that. The big scheme of things, was that a big issue for you there, Nosy Rosie? I don't know why they did not keep her underwear. It would have been one more thing for Nurse Bow Tie to hold up for the jury. And are these the underwear you recall? I mean, God, it's disgusting. Oh, I hear some. Oh, did you wake up in time to yawn? Is that it? Are you tired? You're just so tired from that walk? Yeah, it was a tough one. It was tough. Yeah, and this was, it is, I understand, it's almost like the law. There are terms of art in the medical world that mean something to some people, and you're like, what the hell does that mean? So she offered therapy, right? Ms. Dukes, as a mental health counselor, offered therapy. Well, what is that? How is that different from seeing a therapist? Or is it the same thing? Is it you're just talking about your troubles, but at the end of the day, I can't write you a prescription, which is kind of the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist. Sorry. I mean, they have very similar functions, just can't write scripts if you're a psychologist. So I don't know, when a mental health counselor says, I gave her therapy, I don't know what that means compared to other disciplines. I just don't know. Patriotic Revolution. Letitia should have at least pretended to actually care for Lindsay, but I suppose she's listed in the civil suit. She is one of the defendants. And speaking of that, I was going to mention this. I thought it was very interesting. If you're listening to, let me get my note here. Where's my note? Wait, maybe I need one of these. Where's my note? Sorry, bad taste. I'm sorry. I know this is all about meds, and I shouldn't be making light of the fact that I've got leftover meds laying around. Let's see. It was during the attempted redirect. The redirect of, let me get it here. Hold on. I think it was Ms. Dukes. Talking about not reviewing the records. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. She wanted a fresh look. Yes, blah, blah, blah. That's where we got to, the laughing and numbness. And Kevin Reddington, like, he wasn't even quite to his feet. And he was like, what was she laughing about? And then he went into that very, very effective recross. Doggone it, where did it go? It was such a great point I was making. Basically, it is the Commonwealth, for a moment, was if they were defending nurse, therapist, mental health counselor Dukes, because she was questioning in a way that was rehabilitating her as if it were a civil defense. So you have the Commonwealth with a witness who's being sued in the malpractice civil side. And the questions she was asking were to support everything done by Ms. Dukes, which is what the defense attorney for her will do probably has done in deposition already, but will do if this matter goes to trial, civil trial. It won't. It will not. The insurance company is going to get together. They're going to put together a big pile of money. And I don't think that matters what happens in this case. If there's an acquittal, if there's a guilty but not criminally responsible, or if there's a straight up not guilty, civil case will not go to trial. Make a note of that. Mark it down. Go to Clancy and make that bet. I want to see if I can find her exact phrase, because I wrote down, is she her civil defendant attorney? Yeah, when she was going through that whole process about, well, why didn't you look at the medical records from other healthcare providers? Well, I wanted a fresh look. That's the kind of question you would ask her in a civil deposition or on trial when you're defending her. You want the jury in that case to know that she did everything right. And the fact she didn't look at the medical records was not because she made a mistake, not that she was negligent. She wanted a fresh look. So that's what she's trying to sell. But to see the Commonwealth, and I think that was Bo Peep, right? No, I'm sorry, I mean Ms. Buckingham. She had on a bow yesterday. I couldn't get close enough. They're very regimented in getting us out of the courtroom relatively quick, including the press. So if I'm in the second or third row, I get a pretty good look. It looked like it had a slight pattern, but it was yellowish. Nothing uglier than yellowish. And then it had the little, it wasn't like a snappy bow, poof, but it had like the little, tendrils coming down the back, a little thinner profile. But I could have sworn there was sort of a pattern. I just couldn't pick it up. Anyway, I'm sure that was her witness. I'm pretty sure. So she's basically rehabilitating the witness and acting as if she's the civil attorney for the witness in the civil matter. So that was very interesting. Uh-oh, now Domino's up. And what's he want? Demanding. He's demanding to go outside. And I know it's not because he has to go to the bathroom, because we took our walk and I saw the benefits of taking that walk. He likes to go out and pop up and lay on the sun, a little cushioned chair that we have up there. See that? In fact, if I could find that for you, I would post it for you, just so you'll know. So you can see what he's up to, what he does. And I know it's exactly what he wants to do right now. So, oh, be quiet, please. Please be quiet. Please. Okay, this will be worth the wait. It's a cute picture. Hold on. Oh, I know. I know. Doggone it. I've pulled this thing up a few times. Uh-oh. Go get some water, dog. I know. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just for just a second. I'm going to go let the doggy out, and then we can start counting the moments before he's crying to get back in. Okay? All right. Stand by. All right, let me double check the audio, make sure that it didn't default back to the MacBook Pro. Nope, looks like we're good. Okay, so let's see, I'm checking the time. 18 minutes till. We'll see how quickly he's begging to get back in. I still want to find that picture and show you. It's a very cute picture. Oh, by the way, while I'm thinking about it, Bob and I have been back and forth on a plan. I'll get your take on this. Bob Mata, Defense Diaries, he's been up there. We both had a moment with the judge yesterday, which was kind of interesting. Talked about it yesterday. Don't want to get back into it again, but we thought about having some sort of meet and greet up there, like a collaboration in the early stages next week sometime, because I'm not sure when I'm going to go next week. It's really going to be dependent on how the rest of the case unfolds. The defense, he's talking 1 or 2 days now for his case. Again, in part because he's done a lot of it in cross-examination, but he's also looking at it saying, what do I really need to do here? What do I really need to fix that the Commonwealth hasn't already fixed for me? So I'm guessing it's going to be earlier in the week, maybe a Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday. After that, it gets a little dicey for my schedule. So I'm hoping it's then going to be that time. Or I hope it carries through next week and they pick up with closings like a week from next Monday. I don't know. That sounds too long to me based on what I've heard about where we are. Anyway, working on a collaboration where just go hang out. Anybody wants to come by and say hi. And so we're trying to find a location to do that. And I've put Bob in charge of that. So he'll get back to me when they figured that out. Okay. I'll have to find that picture some other time. Sorry. Got sidetracked. Oh, okay. What is it? What did I miss? I saw it was a question from someone in chat. I'm trying to get my attention. What is it? Should I go to the starred questions? Let me see if I can do that. Let me do that. Give me a nudge if I'm not finding what I'm supposed to look for. Phil, I've heard bipolar is hereditary. Just wondering if this is a concern, or was it in Lindsay's case, or what Chris had learned in his experience. And again, Chris was one of our two guests last night. That is going to run, I think it launches at about 4 or 4:30, because I knew that would be after court for the day. I think it's 4:30, after court for the day. And then we have our 6 o'clock show tonight. And Karen Goldberg will be back on, by the way. If you've seen the thumbnail, I dredged up a photo of us from court earlier this week. Linda's on a case she's working on. So anyway, I've heard that same thing too. And in fact, I've heard it's not like 100%, but there's a very good chance if somebody in your family has bipolar, you have an increased risk of getting it yourself. It is just yet another factor in the big mix of things. Don't know about, they didn't go into, we've had so little testimony of any kind on bipolar, what it is, who has it, who doesn't have it. It was an indication with one of the healthcare providers that it was like a box they checked, a concern, but it was never truly fleshed out. And in part because she was all hopped up. And how do you determine the bipolar concerns if the meds are messing up the characteristics? Are they caused by the meds or by the condition, the bipolar condition? That was the reason, among others, why Children's, Women's, and Infants Hospital said, we can't really work on you yet. So we haven't had a lot of testimony on the bipolar, and I don't think we will, because that was one of the big misses in this case. Why are you medicating, possibly over-medicating somebody if you don't even know if they have an underlying bipolar condition? But yes, definitely hereditary. Oh, look who came back in. I left the door open just a crack. Are you done? Are you done exploring? Everything all right? Okay. Have a seat, goofball. Yeah, and with Chris, I don't remember anything beyond him saying he was bipolar. I don't remember his discussion on how it all evolved or how he learned about it. I might have missed that. So that's coming up. If you missed it last night, obviously you can replay the whole show. But the second half of the show I've carved out and posted it. It'll come up a little bit later on this afternoon. So thank you, Phil. Appreciate it. American Dreamer 5867 gifted one JSTV membership. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And today would normally be one of the days I would do a members first, but because the trial and we are deep into it, we're not going to get to that this week. Probably next week. I do have a couple of books queued up that I think are fascinating, and I also have a couple of wines, because it is the JSTV True Crime Book and Wine. So we've got a couple of things in the hopper. Michel, as always, thank you. 10 jewels and a floating heart. Does that be like, how do you feel like that? I don't know. I don't know how to do that, clearly. Let's see, what do we got here? Judge being very careful to protect Lindsay Clancy's rights, in my opinion, after recent reversal. Yeah, it's hard to ignore that for those who don't know, there was a decision that came down last week that mirrored some of the expert witness case issues here, where we knew there were 15 technically lay witnesses on postpartum that were not allowed to testify. And I do agree with that decision. But the experts offered by the defense were also whittled away at and have slowly but surely been added back, like Dr. La Posada and Dr. V, and I can't remember the name, it's not in front of me, Dr. Condi. Those are all experts that initially were excluded, but now they're coming back. And the exclusion was pre-decision, similar decision, reversed on appeal because the Judge Sullivan, did not allow certain witnesses proffered. Okay, so denied before the decision came out, and now back in. So take for that what you will, but how can you think it's just pure coincidence? Thank you, Nikki. That is a very good point. I do agree. You can't look at it in a vacuum and say, oh, that was just purely the biggest coincidence of all time. Okay, Michael, do we know, is Lindsay remembers what happened that day, and our jurors I'm guessing that's perking up more for the defense or prosecution. So, and you're welcome, Gmofo 7, I think. First things first. I don't know, because the focus has been everything that was happening prior to, and then her confinement in the hospital, where it wasn't like somebody was taking a history. I have heard nothing. My recollection is not perfect, but pretty darn close because I've been there so many times and following it every single day with just a couple of holes here and there. I don't remember anybody basically saying to her, do you remember what happened? We do know that from the 911 call, which I heard, that even though difficult for me to decipher, Patrick Clancy said, where are the children? And he believes she said the basement. So with that in mind, she must have remembered something about what she did. Okay. And I guess that what she remembered could be approached in stages. Does she remember doing what she did to the children? Does she remember then hurting herself and jumping out the window? Does she remember all of that or none of that? All we know from the 911 is that she told Patrick that the children were in the basement. And so certainly that suggests she remembers at least that part. Oh, and then, yeah, it's not even close in terms of the jurors' attention. And I think I posted something yesterday about, by the way, I am looking at the seal. It's still there. Yesterday when I'm out there outside the courthouse and I'm going off on whatever, if I can't see the asset and the way we have the system set up, if I don't bring the asset in myself, and for example, if Joy is doing it, I can't see what she's got parked on the side of the road. I can't monitor it. So I'm going on, and people are going, hey, goofball, they're back. Hey, they're back. They're back. And then I finally jumped in. I can see it today, so not going to miss a fragment. Anyway, so now I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, yeah. So when the prosecution, either person, ADA Sprague, ADA Buckingham, I'm not saying they're not competent. They know the law. I think Buckingham's actually better at presenting the case than Sprague. I think she's again, it's not colorful. It's not engaging really. It's matter of fact. It's appropriate. It's practical. But that can get kind of dry. And so when you compare that to Reddington, who's just like, he's just talking to you. He's just talking about this. And he's so good at just throwing zingers in there. It's, I think, on a very subconscious level, you got to like this guy. And as I always try and show this shirt. I don't think you can see this shirt. Can you see that? Never underestimate. Is this the one that says never underestimate the power of likability? Is that this one? It's so true. And this guy's very liked. Now, I'm posting stuff along those lines. I think I said something like the jury loves Reddington. And then I went on to talk about how they were following him from question to the witness's answer, and kind of a position like, they're like, yeah, witness, answer that. Really, their mannerisms look like your brain, which is, yeah, that is a good question. Why don't you answer that? I see that manifested in these jurors. They're attentive to that degree. So I put that up there. They love Reddington. One of the comments was, from that, you think they love him? I mean, oh my God. Thanks for the comment. Anyway. Yeah, there was a reference in one of the medical journals, or one of the these guys are very checklist or check sheet strong, and one of them had to do with the blues, right? Something out of the 50s, still practiced by these idiot witnesses. Louise P. 1793. Yeah, and it is. And I think even more cryptically, it would be the baby blues, right? But still to incorporate the term blues rather than depression or anxiety or something more appropriate in a medical document just seems kind of odd. Maybe that does tell us a whole bunch, right? Prosecution is not winning any of these rounds. I've not heard any evidence that Lindsay was criminally liable for the deaths, just overwhelming testimony that Lindsay begged for help, yet got none. Now, yeah, in a nutshell, you're right. I think you've just put into words this, this little thing. Wait, I didn't. I should say, thank you, Patriotic Revolution. I appreciate that comment. Okay, where are we? Here we go. I just joined. Oh, Tara Roach. Tara Roach, I understand, is works in the medical profession in a partial hospitalization company. So I hear. I just joined, and I see Letitia. Hi, all. Glad I joined when I did. Yeah, she was interesting. And thank you again, Tara, for the explanation of the partial hospitalization. Just a weird term of art. I get it. Okay, Igor Pushner, 786. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you want to yell at She Lally to stop testifying instead and do a direct exam? I'll tell you what, you may be surprised. It doesn't bother me, because every time she's done this, it's on a subject or with a witness that the defense couldn't give a rip about. Okay, they would object if they felt that those leading questions were inappropriate in getting the jury to follow a story that the defense doesn't like. But they're not. You know, they're foundational information. It's stuff that you might get to use certainly on cross. You'd be able to lead like that. But when the information being led and being acknowledged by the witness helps your case or is a zero factor, knock yourself out. That's why Kevin Reddington often will say, defense has no objection to this material or this document or this evidence. He is very subtly telling this jury, we're cool. Everything's good. You know, we're not fighting this stuff. We're not saying it's inappropriate. Doesn't change our situation here. Doesn't change what happened to Lindsay Clancy. In fact, in a lot of cases, it supports what we're arguing. So knock yourself out. So that's why he's allowing the direct examination to sound more like cross, to be much more leading. You could object to it, and technically it would be sustained. But to what end? You know, you're slowing down the process. She's just going to have to back up then. So instead of saying something like, she says she likes to say, Buckingham says, is it fair to say? And that's another cross-exam, you know, technique. Isn't it true? Isn't it true is a little more in your face. Fair to say is a little more, you know, soft pedaling, but you're going to come up with something that you know they may or may not want to acknowledge as the witness. But isn't it fair to say that you took 2 hours for lunch instead of 1? Isn't it true you took 2 hours for lunch instead of 1? So she does a lot of that. And so she might ask, isn't it true is it fair to say that when you visited with Lindsay Clancy, she told you this, this, and this? That's about as leading as it gets. You would back off to the objection granted and say, what did she tell you on that day? That's it. I mean, that's the difference. So you can see how it's much quicker if you plant the seed in the witness's mind and mouth. And if it's not objectionable, why let it fly, baby? Non-conversational says, Letitia seems all business. Lindsay needed someone to take control of her life because she was losing control. And no offense, Patrick, you couldn't be that guy. It is so sad. Yeah, certainly people have criticized Patrick Clancy for not having more control or exhibiting more concern. It sounded like he, you know, what was that one healthcare provider who referenced bipolar? And in the meeting in which he was there, I think it was an in-person meeting, but it might have been telehealth, but they were both there, whatever there means. And the healthcare provider said that there was some tendency for bipolar. And he just said, my wife doesn't have bipolar, or my wife isn't bipolar. That kind of denial didn't help anybody or the situation. You know, can you blame it in its entirety for what may have ultimately happened? No, but I think it's safe to say he could have done more. He could have helped more. He could have been more in tune to what she was struggling with. But how many husbands would be? I don't know. I've been lucky enough not to have to deal with that. And I was talking to my daughter the other day, who has two lovely children, two my granddaughters. One is a little more than 2, and one is under a year. So they're very close to the Dawson Callan age range, which is part of the reason that 911 call was a gut punch. But she's been interested in this case. I don't share cases like this with people I think might be hypersensitive. Like, I think I'm going to, over dinner, start talking about this case to my daughter, who my two granddaughters she's the mom. Then I'm going to start talking about what happened in this case. No, I'm not. I may have constructed the walls I need to stay sane in covering these cases, but I'm not dragging somebody else into the mix, especially somebody that could relate so closely. But once she just said, what case are you working on? And I said, Lindsay Clancy. And she said, oh, and then she's going into it and was asking questions. So yeah, otherwise, it definitely would have been something I would not have talked to her about. So yes, Lindsay needed someone to what? Call it take control, call it steer the ship, call it drive the train, call it whatever you want. Take the wheel. Yeah, that's what she needed. And again, that's why I think Letitia Dukes, good for her. She's a professional. She has her role. Too late to the game and inconsequential, except that she at least got an intake appointment with Women's and Children's, or Women's and Infants. That is a hospital name I will never smoothly say. It's just too clunky. It's clunky. Do we know how many more witnesses the prosecution has? Well, I thought every time I think I got a grip on it, because I'm looking at it logically, the progression of telling the story, which is how a case should be constructed, in my opinion. We'd already been well past all the first responders and the cops at the hospital. No, they're back. They're back. We got more. I'd like to think we don't. And I still think we have a couple of, I think there are a couple more civil defendants that we haven't heard from yet that would relate to McLean. So I think if we start seeing those people, I think we should be able to see the end in sight. I thought we had a shot today. Now I'm not so sure. Maybe tomorrow. And then they rest, and then we take a little breather for some law and motion, which could be 10-minute breath, could be half a day, while the motions are argued and presented, and then we go into the defense case, which latest details from Kevin Reddington, it's going to be tight. It's going to be maybe a day or so. So again, we could be looking at this case to the jury by the end of next week. I hope not, for my own personal reasons. Isabel, when I suffered cancer, Rug's psychotic symptoms, I didn't have a plan, but I didn't care to die. I would walk carelessly, wishing to hit by a car or bus in a plane or car, wishing for a deadly. See, to me, and again, I'm only a doctor of jurisprudence. That to me sounds like a plan. They may say, no, that's not a plan. Maybe you're having some, you're not concerned about living. I guess they want to draw the line. Well, somebody who doesn't care about whether they live or die is not somebody that's going to help themselves and their lives. Man, it's a slippery slope. And if somebody told me about, if I just happened to be walking and I got into traffic and a bus hit me, to me, that's a plan. That's beyond just a discussion. And I think these mental health providers are way too quick to just check that box. Whoop, suicidal ideation or invasive thoughts. No plan, check. No intent, check. I think they're too cavalier about it. And I'm sorry, Isabel, that you had to go through what you did. I hope you're better now. Hope everything is much better. I can't believe, Louise, the lack of communication with all these experts and lack of questions. Yeah. And again, to me, it's an indictment of the system. We got no time. We got to grind it through. It's an assembly line. Here comes the next widget. All the widgets are coming through. I only got so much time for a widget. And once that 15, 20 minutes, whatever it may be, is up, next widget, please. You don't have time to go off and actually do what I think is the proper job, which you suggest, Louise, which is get the records, maybe even, a really crazy idea, have a conversation with one of the other healthcare providers. That's why I say, say your prayers that you don't ever have to deal with this situation, because I don't believe this is a rare situation. Lexi, thank you for the 10 jewels. You're a jewel. Gold coin for that. I appreciate that. Linda, thank you. A couple of sparkles with those jewels. Thank you so much. I am keeping my eye on the emblem. I still wish there was a fan, something more hypnotic. Just so you know, I'm not kidding. There it is. There it is. We were using AP. Everybody's getting the same feed. The same camera guy there has been there from the beginning. And then it goes to a pool, and you can just pull it and use it. Okay. So everybody's using the same feed, and how they use it may be different. AP generally I like because they don't have a lot of stuff all over, but they have tech issues. Every time we've pulled them in, they seem to have tech issues. This morning it happened. I pulled them up because Joy's on vacation, as you know. So I pulled them up and I put them in there, and it wasn't halfway through the first witness, and it just froze. And so I'm scrambling. Okay, who do I find? Who's got the least obnoxious feed? And my old employer, Long Crime, at least it's not I think Court TV, also a former employer, is not obnoxious, but they always have their titles. I think and when they do a title, they stick with it. I think it's called, was it Mother Suspected of Killing Her Kids? Or, I mean, it's bad. At least this one, I think, is very simple. And so I've been using the Long Crime, and it's been clean. But it's not my first choice because it's got a lot of stuff. Well, Lisa Marie in Tennessee, the Commonwealth is driving me crazy. Why continue to call any police officers that walk by the case file on a desk? That's funny. I would be pissed if I were a juror because they are wasting my time. Yeah. And we always hope, if you're the attorney putting on the case and you think you're doing a bang up job, you always hope that anything you've done in presenting your case, whether the jury thinks it wastes their time or not, won't be held against you. Now, human nature is, of course, it'll be held against you. It was your fault. But you hope that they can divorce themselves from that, kind of base human reaction and just do their jobs. Once I think there's a great sense of relief once the jury gets to deliberation, no matter what the case is, no matter how long it is. In this case, they're told 6 to 8 weeks up front. It looks more like 5 weeks dripping wet. We're in week 3 right now. I think, they'll have the case maybe by the end of the 4th week. And that's always, that's the old, talk about a kind of brain game. That's where you tell somebody, yeah, I think it's going to take me about 2 weeks to get this thing done. And then after 5.5 days, you're like, hey, I'm wrapping up. Just the serotonin flows. Everybody's happy. Oh, it's done quicker than I expected. Never tell somebody the best case scenario because you'll blow right through it. And then that does piss people off. Oh, this is an interesting insight. Daylight 2255. I know it's a bit off topic. Not really. I'm always floored by what my specialist charges for a 5-minute. Yeah, maybe, I'm guessing like the orthopedist or somebody, right? For a 5-minute video call, $700. That does sound extreme to me. It does sound extreme. On the other end of the video of the telehealth, I had some weird little, I don't know, a cut or something. It wasn't bugging me that much, but I looked, and through my insurance, I think it was $40 for a telehealth with an actual doctor. Crazy. And it was like on my ankle or something. So I'm showing my foot and throw my foot up there. Yeah, I got shorts on. It's in the summer. I thought it was a very well spent $40. I got what I needed. It wasn't much, but and I didn't have to go anywhere. I didn't have to put on pants. So I think there are some good things, but yeah, a 5-minute video call for $700. you know, doctors are God, I understand. Okay, I see Madera Beach caregiver has been around because I see somebody saying what a great question it was. And there it is. MB will red callback pattern for his direct. Not a chance in hell. Nope. Nope. Not gonna happen. Not gonna do it. And the reason is twofold. Obviously, you saw what the courtroom and what his client Lindsay Clancy went through when seeing her ex-husband, the father of the children she ended their lives. You don't want that. That's not going to endear you to the jury. And what are you going to? And the other part is, what are you going to get from them that you haven't already done? So no, that I would bet my bar card on that one, right? Who are Reddington's experts? Well, we've heard about those that are trying to get in. Let me get your take. We haven't heard the court's ruling yet on Emily Thorndike, LCSW, licensed clinical social worker. But we do know that Dr. V is coming in. He was the ER physician. He's going to be limited to some degree. We do know that Dr. La Posada is coming in. She's going to be limited to some degree as well, talking about the injuries to Lindsay Clancy. And we know Dr. Condi is coming in. My understanding in the description of his testimony, I'm hearing sounds, is that it's going to be basically about like and what is the proper way to handle it.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, Counsel, can I see it sidebar?
Who didn't know that? Okay, good. I can finish my thought on a couple of things. So we know them for sure, and of course, maybe most important, Dr. I always call him Dr. Z. You may, if you're watching yesterday when I was doing my thing outside the courtroom, and he wandered by. I said, "Hey, Dr. Z, how you doing?" "Hey, Mike, how are you?" Super guy. He is a treating physician, but also an expert. Okay, and he's going to be critical. He's the guy that the prior attorney before Reddington got in to see Lindsay Clancy at her hospital bedside about a week after she was in there by court order. So he's going to be critical of all the experts that might be lined up. He's the man. And talk about likable. This guy is such a cool dude. He's just, and we're going to get him on as part of our origin story series. I can't wait to hear kind of the backstory about how he got where he is, and you know what led him along that path. What plan? Speaking of plans, the plan is for legal reasons. I looked it up. They can't hospitalize anyone unless it's imminent. It's the law. Yeah, well, that doesn't mean crap. That's still subjective analysis by the person who's taking in the information. That healthcare provider is the one that determines whether it's a plan. So, you know, great. I understand that, you know, check the box. There has to be a plan, and the law requires there be a plan. I get that. But who's determining whether there's a plan? The healthcare provider. So if they want to be lazy and not inquire or not be super cautious, they can just say, no plan. Move on. Move. Next widget, please. So that doesn't, I appreciate the importance of the plan. I just think you can't ignore that it's the healthcare provider determining whether there was a plan. And that's the person that matters. Again, I know it's not like, hey, we need to change the spark plugs in this vehicle. Easy. We can tell they're bad. Put new spark plugs in. I get it. It's not that easy. Otto 1630. The too many meds in her system pretty much says it all for the civil case. Well, if you hear, I mean, each of the people testifying, and of course, the testimony in this criminal matter under oath is admissible in the civil matter. Okay. And it doesn't matter about the burden of proof on that front. It's just a matter of the testimony under oath being admissible in the civil matter. And it's like taking a kind of abbreviated deposition. That too is obviously part of the civil process. So yeah, I think the stuff I've heard, that's why I said early on after one of the doctors, I think after Tufts probably, I said, if I'm the healthcare provider's malpractice carrier, okay, we're all in. They would just shove all of their chips into the middle of the table and get the hell out. I don't know enough about Massachusetts on their med-mal cases. I got to look this up to see if there's recourse beyond a certain amount. California, where I'm licensed, it's limited. You have a certain amount per healthcare provider and a certain amount total, almost like car insurance. You know, when you have car insurance and you get in an accident, you might have X number of dollars for per medical injury and a cap of another number, 50 and 100, 100 and 200, 500 and a million. That's how med mal is in California. Don't know that it is in Massachusetts. So I'm going to put that on my to-do list. Patriotic Revolution. Reddington could have brought in more of Patrick's kind comments about Lindsay and more of his statements supporting her and explaining that it was the illness that drove her insane. Yeah, I mean, he certainly never said anything that would suggest he blamed her. So maybe Reddington did what he could to, maximize the impacts without belaboring it. You've got to make a decision there as an attorney, especially when it's a witness as emotional as Patrick Clancy. At a certain point, it's like, I want to get him out of here. The jury doesn't like it. Certainly my client doesn't like it. How much am I going to go on and on? And then sometimes it becomes self-serving. So I think he did a good job of making it clear nothing Patrick Clancy had to say was an attack on Lindsay Clancy or blame. So who's going to be up next? What do you think? Another cop? I'm hoping, and I don't say this often, I'm hoping it's a medical provider. One of the last, perhaps somebody from McLean. Yeah, Lisa Marie, Tennessee. Why doesn't anybody have one of these charts? Yeah, we've gone over it and over it. The lack of communication. What scares me most is not what's happening in this case, but the likelihood it's happening in a lot of cases. Sheila, just to serve TV. Why is it premeditation legally only require a few seconds, but Lindsay Clancy needed a full plan to be considered a concern? Well, two totally different animals there, and I just noticed that Joy popped in. Joy, how's that vacation going? One has to do with the burden of proving something, and the other is a medical requirement. I mean, they're two opposite ends of that analysis. It's like comparing manner of death as homicide with the criminal accusation of homicide. Two totally different ways to get there. It just sounds confusing because they sound like the same thing. Isn't there a plan? Isn't premeditation a plan? So how come she can premeditate the murders immediately, but the plan is much more drawn out? Yeah, they are totally disconnected nomenclature. I hope that makes some sense. So I guess you couldn't, I guess they could try and use those words reversed. You're charged with murder because you plan to commit the murder. Yeah, that makes some sense. You're concerned about suicide because you've premeditated your suicide. See, if you flip that, it makes some sense. But one is a legal standard and one is a medical standard. Are we still in a sidebar, or have I lapsed into a coma here? For those who may have missed it, and I understand why the question arose, when they go to either a break or the end of the day, they show a pretty tight shot of Lindsay Clancy's parents, And today, you notice the priest was there today. He's been there a couple of times when I've been there. Wasn't there this week till today. He is there today. Anyway, right next to him is this older woman with kind of hair cropped about right there. And people were asking, who is that? What's the deal? Who is that? Because they're very stinky there, the bailiffs, and I mean that in the nicest way, about who sits where. The media's got these seats, the public over here, and those first 2 or 3 rows right behind defense table is for supporters. So the first thought you have is, oh, it's got to be a family member. And that's why people were wondering about it. And it's not. It is a Duxbury Church member of the congregation who has been very supportive, although the Clancys themselves were quick to say, she's not a family member. So I'm sure they appreciate that she's there in support. And I'm also assuming that the priest who is next to her now is the priest for that congregation. That is speculation on my part, but it makes perfect sense. So when you see that shot, now you'll know that's who that woman is. Got some detailed in-depth reporting going on here. Yeah, this one we've talked about a few times. I haven't looked at people's bank records or check stubs. We believe the parents are paying. It's funny. That's a Lulu Bell. Mikel. I have a nephew. I thought my name is spelled the French spelling, Michel. Yay. Très magnifique. But I have a nephew who they wanted to distinguish their Michael from my name, and so they came up with Mikel. I've not heard a lot of Michaels that are spelled that way. Michael, do you know who's paying attorneys Reddington's fees? Is it Patrick? We believe it's the parents. This guy, he is a powerhouse. The guy just, he's truly, it's not an act. It's not like he's got 20 people back at his office. We know his son helps a little bit, but it's primarily Kevin Reddington. Who's the doctor who's been in the courtroom with Lindsay at times? That's Dr. Z, and he's there every day. It's not at times, it's every day. I've heard it pronounced Zizel and Zizel. I think it's Zizel. I will confirm that. His card here somewhere. I'm sure it doesn't have a pronouncer on it, but yeah, Zizel. And again, he was the first doctor to see Lindsay Clancy a week after she was injured and after a court order allowed it. And he's been there ever since. And I've seen him when the jury is gone and they're wrapping for the day or they're wrapping for a break. There are the 2 attendants that are right behind her, Lindsay Clancy. They help her into the courtroom before the jury arrives. When the jury comes in, she's already seated. But the attendants have brought her in that little side door. But when the jury's gone and we're either going to a break or end of the day, Dr. Z will go up and, have a conversation with Lindsay Clancy. And my lip reading tells me it's just like, how are you doing? Anything you need, just a touch base. So he has a very specific role. He's been there literally from day one, and he will be a key witness. Sheila, Michael, why is it premeditated? Oh, do I already do this one? Sorry. They decide what's imminent. I didn't have a plan, and they committed me. See, well, that's very interesting, Lori. See, you guys have such personal insights on this stuff. I'm just giving you my best logic that leads to the outrage. So yeah, it's totally subjective. Maybe one day I think you got a plan. Maybe the next day, maybe I don't think you have a plan. And who knows what happens from that? And there's a good reason I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't think I could handle talk about the unknowns of being an attorney representing a client in the process. Imagine the unknowns of being, you're trying to get in somebody's head and give them, guidance to keep them from harming themselves or others. That's a big matzo ball. That's a lot. That's a big burden. Yeah, I can't remember the name. You're talking about, Dr. V that's going to testify. I've got one of my notepads has it in here spelled out. Anybody wants to keep me from having to pour through this? It's a like Benedictio or Baden Clang, or it's a V. All right, it's a V. I just don't have that handy. Anybody? Anyone? Let's see. Anyone? Anyone know the V? Dr. V? But while we're digging that up, it's like a 3-syllable name. I can't remember what it is, but it's the ER doctor who will testify. What's the legal repercussions of the hospital not allowing parents in? Well, that's interesting. Pretty tough to. I mean, they've got autonomy as the hospital when it comes to what's in the best interest of the patient. So I don't think there's a lot of liability. Okay.
Your Honor, we could just go back to psychiatry, please, sir.
Can we have a sidebar about the sidebar we had before the sidebar we had after the sidebar? Okay. So yeah, I think there's no likelihood, MBC, of any real. I mean, it's frustrating. It's annoying. Let's assume there's even some liability somehow. How do you quantify any sort of damages? I don't think there's a criminal issue, so it means it's purely on the civil front. What do you got? It's frustrating, and hopefully they're doing it for the right reasons to make sure that the patient is getting the proper care without being disturbed. You know, there are cases all the time where somebody's had surgery or they're about to go to surgery. Well, no, they can't have visitors right now. Now, in this case, is it because they didn't want her to have visitors for her health reasons, or were there other reasons? I don't know. I still just don't think there's a lot of potential liability there. Okay, nursing the truth. What's your insight? Did somebody tip something I haven't seen? Oh, somebody in the courtroom probably knew that. Although I'm not sure how they would know it until it was announced. But this will not be good if that's what's coming. And we know we went over that.
Waiting for the jury. It just kind of remind again that we've got people coming in and out at all times. I want to remind everybody of the pending media order regarding certain pieces of evidence. I also want to remind the warning that I gave, I think it was last week, that there are to be no disruptive statements or anything that's going to disrupt these proceedings. If that's done, they will be dealt with summarily, as we say. All right, so just a warning in regards to that. Okay.
Anyway, we'll see if that is in fact the next witness. I thought they were going to avoid the autopsies of the 2 older children because there's not a real issue as to cause of death. I mean, to me, this is just brutal. This is, what do you think you're proving? If in fact that's who's next, if it's not a healthcare provider dealing with Lindsay Clancy, which is who I think it should be as we move toward the end of this thing. I didn't hear if they actually call somebody, a name.
We all set? All right, yeah. Ready for the jury.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Everybody, thank you for your patience. That will give you a couple extra minutes to look at the solar eclipse while you're out. So what we're going to do is we're going to return now to the Commonwealth's case. And Commonwealth, could I call your next witness, please?
Prior to the witness, Your Honor, I would just move to enter in as the next exhibit the excerpted pages from the South Shore Health System Perinatal Behavioral Health Program regarding the last witness, Letitia Dukes.
Okay, any objection?
By agreement, Judge.
All right, so it's by agreement.
226.
We would call Nicole Bradley as the next witness, please.
Thank you.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I object. It's not contested. I don't think it's necessary, so I object.
All right,
Yeah, sounds like we're heading in the direction of
same finding.
monotony.
Good afternoon. You stop right here, raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will bear no harm between the Commonwealth and the defendant, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, how are you?
Good, thanks. Just going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone, okay? Thank you. Yes, come on.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Yeah, Nicole Bradley,
And where do you work?
Plymouth County Sheriff's Department.
What do you do there?
I'm an Assistant Deputy Superintendent of the Field Services Division.
And as one of the roles of the Field Services Division, does the Sheriff's Department engage in what's called hospital watch?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell us very briefly what that is?
Yep. So if any safekeep, detainee, or inmate goes over to the hospital, we use our deputies and matrons to cover them on a security watch.
And are the employees from the Sheriff's Department who are on those watches required to log the activity of who comes and goes from the individuals who they are there to watch?
Yes, they are.
And are those records kept in the normal course of business at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar with those records and what they look like?
Yes, I am.
If I may approve?
Objection to the record.
Okay. All right. You want to approach and then?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Then there'll be no objection.
Just going to show you a packet. If you could take a quick look at that.
Yep.
And does that packet reflect the hospital logs that are kept by the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar that between January 25th, 2023 and February 3rd of 2023, that the Sheriff's Department engaged in hospital watch on a patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I am.
All right, those may be admitted.
227.
No further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, man.
Thank you very much.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Renee Stonebridge.
Same objection as decided by a judge. It's
Okay.
not contested.
All
It's not necessary.
All right, same finding, same analysis. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Can you stop right there? Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will bear no harm between the Commonwealth and the defendant, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may have a seat. Thank you.
Watch your step, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, Ms. Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Renee Stonebridge, ReneeStonebridge.
Where do you work?
I work at the Commonwealth of Massachusetts at the Boston office.
And what department do you work for?
I work for the Chief Medical Examiner's office.
And how long have you worked there?
I have worked there since July of 2017.
And can you describe your educational background?
Yes, I did 4 years of college at SUNY at Stony Brook in New York. I was a double major in German languages and literature and biology. And then I did 4 years at the American University of Antigua, where I got my medical degree. I also graduated with honors, magna cum laude. After that, I did a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at NYU Winthrop Hospital in Long Island, New York. I also served as chief resident during my final year there, so 2016 to 2017. After that, I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Boston office of the chief medical examiner. And then after that, I did a 2-year neuropathology fellowship program through Brown University at Rhode Island Hospital. And I am board certified in forensic pathology, anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and neuropathology.
What is neuropathology?
Neuropathology is the study of the brain, the dura, the eyes, and spinal cord, and muscle.
What is your role at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in Massachusetts?
My role there is the Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology. I'm also a medical examiner, but my primary focus is brains and hearts.
And so will there be an occasion where a medical examiner is doing an autopsy and they will send you either a brain or eyes or things of that nature to examine?
Yes.
And why are those things sent to you in particular?
We have certain criteria that is followed in order for a neuropathology consult to occur. Some occasions are any children under the age of 2. I am to receive the brain, typically the spinal cord, depends on circumstances, the eyes and the dura as well. Also, if there's any suspicion of some type of homicidal injury to the head, blunt trauma, typically, those cases will typically come to me as well. Sometimes there are cases in which it may just be something that is a surprise. One of the MEs is doing the autopsy, the head is opened up and they see something unexpected. They see something that may be hard to diagnose as someone who is not neuropathology trained, or maybe something like a tumor that is unexpected, or a rare neurologic disease, neurodegenerative disease that requires further neuropathologic evaluation.
And were you tasked with doing some examinations regarding Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy?
Yes.
And specifically for Cora Clancy, what did you examine?
For Cora Clancy, I examined the eyes.
And what were your findings when you examined her eyes?
The findings when I examined the eyes were that there was acute hemorrhage of the extraocular muscles and adipose tissue. So when the eyes are taken out, this happens after the brain comes out of the skull. And there is a thin portion of bone in the bottom frontal portion of the skull where that bone is broken, and the eyes can then be examined on the inside of the head. Obviously, they're examined also on the outside of the head as well. But you can look at the optic nerve and you can look at the tissue that is surrounding the eyes. So the eyes are within the head with some muscle and some adipose tissue. So there was hemorrhage in these portions of adipose tissue and muscle that is surrounding the eye itself. And then also one of the findings was that the optic nerve sheath on the left side has some punctate hemorrhage. So the eyes, they're sitting in the head, and then there's the optic nerve that connects to the back of the eye and goes to the brain, which sends these signals so people can see. And there was some hemorrhage in this portion surrounding the nerve that connects the left eye.
And are you able to determine by seeing these hemorrhages what caused them?
Hemorrhages themselves are a very general finding. However, given the entirety of the case, knowing what I know from the autopsy findings, I can say it is consistent with something asphyxial.
And why is it that when there's something asphyxial, that means strangulation of some type, correct?
Yes, it can be.
Why is it that these types of hemorrhages occur in the eye?
What happens when there's some sort of asphyxial element to a person, it could be from many different things, but what happens is the blood in the head, if there's, say, some type of compression of the neck or something else that causes asphyxia. There's many things, but if there's some sort of compression, the blood basically gets kind of stuck in the head area. And because the blood can't flow back down through the body, what happens is there's little tiny blood vessels. They're in the eyes, they're in the skin, in the mouth, all over the head region. They basically get blocked up with this blood because it can't move. And these little blood vessels will burst, which leads to these little hemorrhages.
And in terms of Dawson Clancy, what did you examine with Dawson Clancy?
For Dawson Clancy, I examined the eyes as well.
And what were your findings?
The findings were that there was also some acute hemorrhages in these muscle and adipose tissue surrounding the eyes. And then the right eye had some small hemorrhages in the posterior retina and the optic nerve sheath. So the back of the eye, there's the retina within the eye, and the retina connects with the optic nerve at the back portion of the eye. And in this case, there was a little bit of hemorrhage at that connection point where the retina connects to the optic nerve.
And what is hemorrhage?
Hemorrhage itself is just blood that is no longer contained in a blood vessel.
So it's burst from that vessel?
Correct.
And then in terms of Callan Clancy, what did you examine with Callan Clancy?
For Callan Clancy, I examined the brain, the dura, the spinal cord, and the eyes.
And what were your findings?
The findings were that there was hypoxic ischemic changes. Essentially, that means that there has been some sort of incident which has caused the brain to have a certain period of time in which blood and oxygen flow were not appropriate. So in this case, there was a time frame in which there was no blood going to the brain, there wasn't enough oxygen going to the brain, and the brain will show certain findings in these sort of circumstances. One of the things I note is that there's edema. Edema is when the brain starts to swell. Edema is also a very general finding. It can happen in many instances, but the edema basically means that the brain starts to swell, so you don't have the nice kind of bumpy pattern on the brain. It starts to swell up and it gets a little more flattened because the brain is encased in the skull, so now it's pressing against the skull because it's swelling up and getting bigger. One of the other things I noted with that was that there was compression of the ventricles. So the ventricles are almost like a tunnel system inside the brain that allow for the cerebral spinal fluid to flow through the brain and go into the spinal cord. And when the brain starts to swell up, it not only swells up outwards, but swells inwards on itself as well. So these ventricles that are located in the inside portion of the brain are starting to get kind of squashed because the brain is swelling. Another thing I noted was that the brain was diffusely friable, meaning that it's very soft. So one of the things I do on all my brain cases is they go into formalin. The formalin allows them to fix, which basically firms up the tissue. And it makes the tissue more easy to manipulate. A fresh brain coming out of a skull is very soft. It's very easy to damage it. It's very easy to put your fingers through it if you're not careful. So one of the things that gets done is these brains will go into formalin. I typically will let them fix for about 2 weeks or so. And sometimes, regardless of the fixation time at the formalin, sometimes the brain still will not firm up the way it should, because if I'm receiving a brain and it's already has hypoxic ischemic changes, the formalin is only going to penetrate the tissue so much because the tissue is essentially already dead.
Can I just stop you for a second? What is hypoxic ischemic changes?
Hypoxic ischemic changes is when you are getting lack of blood and oxygen flow. So hypoxic is the oxygen portion and ischemic is the blood portion.
So what you saw with Callum's brain was consistent with a lack of blood and oxygen?
Correct, yes.
Which then led to brain death?
Correct, yes.
How long, based on your training and experience, does it take for a brain to start dying after the loss of blood flow and oxygen?
It varies based on different sources. Most sources say it's between about 6 to 8 minutes. If there is no oxygen flow, then the brain will essentially start dying. It depends on, if there's resuscitation that occurs afterwards, but it's generally in the frame of 6 to 8 minutes or so.
And once brain tissue dies, it can't be brought back, correct?
Correct, yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Reddington?
Commonwealth calls,
Hold
Dr.
on,
Brown.
here. Counsel, hold on. We're going to take a short break, all right? So why don't we, this will be a very short break, come out, we'll come right back, okay?
Court, all rise. Jurors, close the notebooks. Please come to chairs, please. This way.
Jurors are next to the courtroom. Close the session.
We'll be in a short recess in the courtroom.
Everybody, leave the courtroom.
All right. Counsel, can I see you at sidebar?
Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Well, members of the jury, I just kind of want to revisit an instruction I've given you a couple times, I think, during the course of this trial. It's important to understand and remember that sometimes there's evidence that's presented in the trial that creates an emotional reaction. But as jurors who have taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight that the evidence produces. Your verdict in this case is going to have to be based solely on the evidence, and it's not going to be, it cannot be based on sympathy or anger or passion or prejudice. All right? So you've got to keep that in mind. And so with this, we're going to go to the next witness. Okay.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Barbara Vidal Olson.
Same objection.
All right. Same finding and analysis.
Afternoon, ma'am. Sound like you're ready to write the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony or the evidence you shall give before me
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step.
All right. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
All right. I'm going to ask you also to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone if you would.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Dr. Barbara Olson, B-A-R-B-A-R-A-O-L-S-O-N. I previously practiced under my maiden name, Barbara Vidal, V-I-D-A-L.
Can you describe for us your educational background, please?
I completed my undergraduate studies at the University of New Mexico. I also completed 4 years of medical school at the University of New Mexico School of Medicine. Afterwards, I came to Boston to study the field of pathology at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. I completed a 4-year residency program there, studying both anatomical pathology and clinical pathology. And after my residency, I did a surgical pathology fellowship studying the gastrointestinal tract, liver, and pancreas. And I ended my training doing a fellowship of forensic pathology at the Boston office of the Chief Medical Examiner. I am board certified in anatomical pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
It is essentially the study of causes that are diseases, disorders, or trauma that results in sudden, unexpected, or non-natural deaths.
And do you currently work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes, I'm a medical examiner at the Cape Cod office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
How long have you worked there?
Since 2021.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
I have examined over 1,900 bodies and performed over 800 autopsies.
And when performing an autopsy, is there a specific process or procedure that you follow?
Yes. So an autopsy is composed of many parts. The first part being documentation review, and the second part being the examination of the body, which is broken up into two parts. The first part being the external examination, where I look for identifying characteristics of a decedent, such as eye color or hair color. I also look for any evidence of natural disease or trauma on the outside of the body. And the second part is the internal examination, where I create a Y-like incision on the chest and abdomen and examine the soft tissues, bones, and organs, looking for any evidence of natural disease and trauma. I also examine the brain.
And did you perform an autopsy on Cora Clancy on January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you follow that same process with Cora Clancy?
Yes.
And so that started with a document review, is that correct?
Yes.
And what type of documents are you reviewing when you do that?
Typically, I have a preliminary police report to review, as well as either EMS records or records from the emergency department.
And did you start with an external examination of Cora?
Yes.
And what did you observe during that external examination?
The external examination of Cora, I saw evidence of medical intervention. She was intubated, had various EKG pads and defibrillator pads on her body. She also had a catheter on her right hand and puncture sites on her left hand and her left groin. She had her neck stabilized with a cervical collar, and she had an intraosseous catheter, which is a type of IV they put directly into the bone on her right lower leg. Her hands at the time of my external examination were covered by police evidence bags, and they were secured at the wrist with tape. When I removed those, the fingers showed no evidence of injury, and the fingernails were all of equal length and intact. And then I noted evidence of trauma of the neck with associated injuries of her head and minor injuries of her right arm and of her legs as well.
And in terms of the injuries that you observed, evidence of trauma to her neck, were there also injuries to her face and neck area that seemed to go along with the trauma to her neck?
Yes, there were findings of the head that were associated with the trauma of the neck.
And what were those?
So on her neck, she had a ligature furrow. A ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck or compress the neck. And a furrow is simply the pattern of injury that develops underneath the site of compression. So for Cora, her ligature furrow consisted of a linear, horizontally oriented area of pallor or paleness around her neck with distinct superior and inferior edges. On the front part of her neck, the lower half of the ligature furrow was associated with additional red abrasions ranging from 1 to 2 millimeters in size. And on the back of her neck, the superior and inferior edges of the ligature furrow had developed some linear bruising as well.
And what do you mean by a furrow?
So again, the furrow a ligature is when you have external compression by an object on the neck, and a furrow is simply a pattern of injury that occurs beneath it. It can be an imprint, it could be a pattern, or it could be more developed types of injuries such as bruising or abrasions.
And what about injuries?
All right, Counsel, we're going to take a break this time, all right?
All right. Jurors, close your notebooks. Place them on the chairs, please. This way, please.
We'll be recessed for a few minutes. I'm going to come back. We'll speak to counsel in regards to schedule. Okay.
Court session, please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel sidebar, please. Yeah. All set.
Yes, I am still under oath.
session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
All right, Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. You had described previously the injuries to Cora's neck. Were there also injuries on her face that correlated to those marks?
Yes. On examination of her face, she showed diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the skin of the face, most prominently around the skin of the eyes. She showed petechial hemorrhages on the inside of her eyelids as well as the inside of her lips.
And if I could have photo 2246, please. Doctor, there's a remote here. If you press and hold the top button, you can highlight what you're talking about in the photo when it comes up. What are we seeing here? Is that the area of the petechial hemorrhage?
Yes, in this photo, I have the lower lip pulled down, and on the inside of the lower lip, we can see punctate hemorrhages, which are the petechial hemorrhages.
Okay. And if you could, is that working for you? Let me just see that. There we go. Okay. This area here?
Yes.
Okay. You just hold that top button and hold it down. And so we can remove that photo. When you talked about petechial hemorrhage in the eyes and eyelids, did it look similar to that?
Yes.
And basically it's those red marks all around the mouth, and then those same red marks were on the eyes.
Yes.
Eyelids, you tell me where they were.
So they are pinpoint hemorrhages that occur. And again, they were located on the inside of the eyelids. So I inverted the eyelids and I flipped open the inside of the lips, and they were also in those locations.
And if we could have photo of 7784, please. If you could tell us what injuries we're seeing here in this photo.
In this photo, we are looking at the body from the left, and you can see the ligature furrow in this photo. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior edge. You can also appreciate in this photo some small punctate hemorrhages or the petechial hemorrhages of the face.
And if you could show photo 7782, please. What are we seeing here in terms of injuries?
In this photo, we are looking at the front of the neck, again, focused on the ligature furrow, which is this distinct area, linear area of pallor. And on the front of her neck, the lower half of this ligature furrow had scattered red abrasions associated with it.
Take down the photo. What are abrasions in terms of what you do?
So abrasion occurs when there is sufficient friction against the skin to cause a removal of the superficial layer of the skin.
Is it basically a scrape?
Yes.
And can we have photo 2256, please? You can tell us what we're looking at here, please.
This is a close-up photo of the back of the neck. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior linear edges. You can appreciate that the linear edges in this photo started to develop linear bruising.
And were there other injuries on the body other than those on the neck and the face?
Yes, she had injuries to her right arm and on her legs.
And if I could show you photograph 7789. Are you able to tell us what we're looking at here?
This is an up-close photo where we can see a very small, faint bruise. All of the bruises on her legs as well as her right arm consisted of small scattered bruises.
And if we could have photo 7770. What are we seeing here?
This is an image focused on her right leg. Here we see 3 bruises on her knee and 2 bruises on her left lower leg. This is a site of medical intervention, the intraosseous catheter site where the needle enters the bone.
And if we could see 7790, please. What are we seeing here?
This is a close-up photo of her left leg. Again, we can see a bruise here as well as a bruise here on her left lower leg.
And then the last photo, 2233. I'm sorry, one more after that. What are we seeing here in this photograph?
In this photo, we can see the bruises I described earlier, as well as the inside of her left ankle. We're seeing 2 additional bruises.
And if we could see photograph 7794. What is shown in this photo?
This is an image of her left leg, again showing the 2 bruises close to her left ankle and then additional bruises on her left lower leg.
And then 7775, please. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is an image of her right arm extended, and I have the image focused on her right bicep where there was 3 small bruises.
And in terms of bruising, are you able to tell the age of a bruise by looking at it?
No.
Can you tell whether it's a fresh or an old bruise?
So generally speaking, we can appreciate the color of bruises. So red, blue, purple bruises tend to be bruises that occur more recently. And as they heal over time, they start to take on a yellow or green appearance.
And the bruises that you observed on Cora's body, how did they appear?
They all had versions of red appearance to their shapes.
So because they had red appearance, does that mean that they are fresh wounds?
They occurred recently.
And again, you can't tell how they occurred or what the exact time and date they occurred.
Correct.
Is there any information you can glean from the location of the wounds where some of the bruises were close together, like the 3 on the knee or the 2 on the lower right leg?
No, I can only document where they are and their measurements.
Now, can I have a moment?
Sure.
Going back to the injuries on her neck, what do those tell you based on your training and experience, when you're trying to determine the cause of death? What do those wounds tell you?
When I see a ligature furrow that is horizontally oriented in association with significant petechial hemorrhages, those findings are consistent with a ligature strangulation.
And what is ligature strangulation?
Again, a ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck, and a strangulation is when it is done by someone else.
And when that happens, what effect does it have on the body? How does it? What is the mechanism of death?
Ligature strangulation results in a category of asphyxial type of deaths. Asphyxia means that the body is deprived of oxygen, and in this case, specifically the brain. So when you have compression on the outside of the neck, blood is how oxygen is delivered throughout our body. So the right side of the heart delivers blood to our lungs, where during breathing and respiration, we then put oxygen into our blood. It then moves to the right side of our heart and gets pushed out to our body through blood vessels we call arteries. Once the oxygen is released at its targeted site, it then recirculates to the right side of the heart through blood vessels called veins, and the process starts all over again. It's a continuous circulation. But when you have compression of the neck, first and foremost, your airways reduce, it's compressed. So you can have a reduction in your ability to breathe or complete inhibition in your ability to breathe. When you have compressions of the veins of the neck, the blood cannot drain from the head. And so then the blood actually has a backwards flow of pressure that meets the arterial blood. And that results in an increase of blood pressure within the blood vessels, as well as an overall increase in intracranial pressure. And with the compression of the artery, there's no oxygenated blood being delivered to the brain.
And as this blood is gathering in the face and head area, is that kind of causing the same type of pressure as a balloon filling up?
Yes, or like a water pipe as well.
And what happens as that blood pools and causes that pressure in the face and the head?
What normally happens is, first and foremost, the brain just has a reduced ability to take in oxygen. And in the smallest vessels in the face and brain, such as capillaries or venules, they are subject to rupture.
And as that pressure is building in those veins and are rupturing, is that painful?
Just like our blood vessels run throughout all of our body, there are nerves throughout all of our body as well. And so there is a component of pain present until loss of consciousness occurs.
And how long can it take, or does it take, for loss of consciousness to happen?
I cannot put a specific time on it for the interval. There's multiple variables to consider in a case-by-case basis. The type of ligature used, the force of the ligature used against the neck, as well as the intensity and duration of the altercation. However, in situations where there's complete oxygen deprivation, loss of consciousness can occur as early as 10 to 30 seconds, with brain damage beginning at the 1 minute mark and irreversible brain damage and subsequent death occurring around as early as 5 minutes, again, with the caveat that there are variables that might accelerate or decelerate that time frame.
Is there a type of constant pressure that's required to cause that loss of consciousness?
Ultimately, once the brain has a critically low level of oxygen, a loss of consciousness will occur. It takes an average of 4 pounds to compress the veins of the neck and an average of around 10 pounds to compress the arteries of the neck.
And so if someone's squeezing something or pulling something around the neck at that 4 pounds or 10 pounds of pressure in a consistent basis without any resistance, does unconsciousness happen faster?
It could occur faster, yes.
What if someone's resisting or struggling or pulling away? Could that take longer?
When the body is in a state of stress, you have a stress response that demands an actual increase in oxygen utilization by our body. So in the presence of an increased demand with a decreased amount being delivered to the brain, it can accelerate the timeline to loss of consciousness.
What do you mean by accelerate the time to loss of consciousness?
No, overall, you can ask.
It would just make it occur faster.
And so if that pressure isn't constant, say someone struggles and is able to get free a little bit, and then you have to tighten it again, does that make it take longer?
Sustain.
You said anywhere from 5 to 30 seconds. What are the factors? I'm sorry, you said 10 to 30 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes, for loss of consciousness.
What are the factors that are at play for whether it's 10 seconds or 30 seconds?
Again, there's multiple variables. The force of the ligature against the neck, the actual ligature itself, and the intensity and duration of the altercation.
And once someone loses consciousness, do they immediately die?
No. So if there's no intervention, the brain continues to have a lack of oxygen. And so until the brain cells start to die, it's irreversible injury to the brain. The person is alive until the body can no longer sustain the lack of oxygen.
If someone is strangled to the point of unconsciousness and the strangulation stops, can they wake up?
Without intervention is very unlikely.
So do you recall testifying previously that when asked if a person were to use a ligature around someone's neck to the point where they pass out?
But counsel, we had that answer, right?
It's an inconsistent statement.
This is your witness.
I know, and I can impeach with an inconsistent statement.
I see it sidebar.
Doctor, do you have to continue to strangle someone past the 30 seconds to cause death?
No. Once the brain is subject to oxygen deprivation and brain cells start to die, it's irreversible. And so it will continue to progress towards death if there's no intervention.
What do you mean by intervention?
Resuscitative efforts, if somebody tried to give CPR, if they were hooked up to oxygen machines.
Do you recall testifying previously that it would be your opinion that pressure would need to be continually applied even after losing consciousness to cause death?
Sustain.
If
Hold on. Sustain. Next question.
So your testimony is that you can strangle someone for 30 seconds, let go, and then they die.
I said that in this presence of complete oxygen deprivation, there is a general time frame. And so 30 seconds, I cannot give a specific number to that. Once strangulation occurs, again, the brain starts to be subjected to a lack of oxygen. So whether the ligature is present or whether the ligature is not present, the oxygen deprivation and irreversible brain damage is already occurring.
And there's no coming back from that?
Not without intervention. It's very unlikely. Again, the brain cannot heal those cells.
Did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty, to medical certainty, as the cause of death of Cora?
Yes.
And what was that?
Asphyxia.
And was that by manual strangulation?
By strangulation.
Mechanical strangulation, I mean. Yes. Did you also examine or do an autopsy on Dawson Clancy?
Yes.
And when was that?
January 25th.
And did you observe injuries on Dawson Clancy when you did the external examination?
I did observe injuries to Dawson. He had trauma to his neck with associated injuries of the head, as well as minor injuries to his left arm and his legs.
And if we could pull up photo 2166. What are we seeing in this photo?
This photo is a picture of the lower lip of Dawson being pulled down, and we can see, again, similar to Cora, these petechial hemorrhages on the inside of the mouth.
And can you also see them on the eyes in this photo?
You can see periorbital petechial hemorrhages, so the skin around the eye.
And were there also those same type of hemorrhages when you lifted the eyelid?
Yes.
And if we could have photo 2149. What are we seeing here?
Dawson on his neck, similar to Cora, had a linear horizontally oriented ligature furrow consisting of an area of pallor around the neck. He had distinct superior and inferior edges to his furrow as well. This is on the back side of the neck, where we can also appreciate abrasions that are in line or parallel with the inferior and superior edges of the furrow.
And if we could have photo 2147, please. What are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, we can appreciate the distinct area of pallor here on the neck, again representing the ligature furrow with diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the skin of the face.
And what are we seeing there on his shoulder?
This is just some dried body fluid.
And if we could see photo 2151, please. What is depicted in this photograph?
This is a similar photograph to the one just shown here, where you can see the distinct area of pallor representing the ligature furrow with superior and inferior edges, and again, the diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the face.
And these photos of Dawson's face, the petechial hemorrhaging on the face, appear to be darker than those and more expansive than those on Cora's face, correct?
They appear more prominent in Dawson than in Cora, yes.
And what can cause the damage being more prominent and more dispersed over the face?
Again, petechial hemorrhages occur as a result of rupturing of small vessels in the skin. And so the fact that there are more present in Dawson is indicative that there were moments where some blood did reach or push through the furrow or the ligature in little spikes or peaks, which would just result in momentary increases in blood pressure that would result in more petechial hemorrhages.
And what would cause that blood being able to flow?
Any movement against the carotid arteries. The carotid arteries are thicker and more muscular than the veins, so they're more likely to push through with the blood. So that could be movement of the ligature or movement of the person handling the ligature or movement of Dawson himself.
So it could be from Dawson struggling, or it could be from more pressure or force of the ligature?
Yes, changes in the pressure of the ligature.
And if I could see photo 2143, please. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is the back of his left forearm. It is a little pale with the light, but there were 3 small bruises on the back of his left forearm.
And going to photo 2155. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is a picture of us. So at this point position, Dawson is face down. So we're looking at the side of his right leg, and we can see a small faint bruise here.
And then going to photo 2144. What are we seeing in this photograph?
This is an up-close photograph, but I can appreciate that there are small bruises in the center of the image.
And photograph 2156. What are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, we're looking at the back of the legs. The one closest to us is the left leg. The one farthest from us is the right. You can see bruises here, here, and here, as well as the inside of the right knee.
And so when you said here, here, and here, that was the outer portion of the
left upper leg.
Thank you. We could have photo 2119, please. What is depicted in this photograph?
This is an up-close photo of his hands.
And is there any significance to the blueness of the fingernails?
I would not have called these necessarily blue or cyanotic. That would be more of the discoloration of his face. There is some subtle blueness to the nail beds, which is again a sign of cyanosis, which is just reflective of a decrease in oxygen in the body.
And last photo is the PDF, please. What are we seeing here?
This image, Dawson is face up, and we can see his right and left legs. Here on his right lower leg, we see small bruises. On his right knee, left knee, we are seeing a bruise. And here is a site of medical intervention, the intraosseous catheter site.
And what are you able to tell us about the bruises on Dawson in terms of whether they're fresh or old?
They were all red and purple in appearance, so they were more recent.
And based on your examination of Dawson, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Yes.
And did you determine that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
And what was that?
Asphyxia.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit the original photos of Cora and Dawson as for identification, and the other, the ones that were just shown to the jury as exhibits.
So mark the first set for identification.
It's N and O for identification.
All right. Then over the defendant's objection, using the same analysis as stated in the sidebar, those other photographs may be admitted.
The photos of Cora and then Dawson as the next exhibits, please.
It's 228 and 229.
And then the, excuse me, death certificate of Cora Marie Clancy as the next exhibit.
No objection to that.
All right. That may be admitted.
And the death certificate of Dawson William Clancy as the next exhibit. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington? Nothing. All right. Thank you, Doctor. May step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Members of the jury, we're going to break at this time. I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I would expect the schedule similar to what we had today. I'm going to remind you again, don't talk about this case. Don't read about this case. Don't read about any similar cases. Don't watch anything. Don't do any research. Put this out of your head for tomorrow morning. All right? And I'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.
All right.
Yep.
Good. Go to the notebooks, place them on your chairs, please.
Just put it out of your head.
This way, please.
Unbelievable. I'd like to see Reddington go off now when the jury's gone, and hopefully have had enough time to walk a little further away.
Jurors, if I exit the court, this court's in session.
Counsel, anything we need to address before tomorrow morning?
No, thank you.
So we'll be in recess on this matter till
Wow.
tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Court stands in recess. Please exit the courtroom.
Okay, no hot mic moments. Okay, boy, just briefly, because we're going to be back at 6. Karen Goldberg will be here. We'll be going over some of the disgusting, ghoulish antics of the Commonwealth. It's really unbelievable. I can't believe that the judge let them circle back to this. What does this have to do to help the jury get to their conclusion? It is purely designed to make them feel so sorry for those kids, and we do, that they convict Lindsay Clancy. It is so prejudicial with zero probative value. 403 is blown out of the water. And I really believe, I know that I had this conversation with Mark Betterow last week when he was on, and, he reinforced how, it's an abuse of discretion standard, which I get. I said, but at a certain point, that harmless error goes to reversible error when you've had so many inappropriate pieces of evidence, witness testimony, that is so prejudicial and does nothing to move the ball. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, hold it. Is the Commonwealth saying Lindsay Clancy killed her children? Oh, now I get it. It's outrageous. And somebody ought to file a complaint against these prosecutors. I think they may need some mental health experts, because they are ghoulish and are so apparently either afraid that they're losing, and they are, or have no conscience, and they might not, that they think doing the case as they're doing it, revisiting these issues that were so horrible the first time. I don't know what's wrong with them. It's almost sociopathic for these prosecutors to be doing this. Maybe it's just pure desperation, and they should be desperate because they're putting on a crap case, and they have every witness they put on. I mean, really, there's not been one witness that you can say, pretty good for the Commonwealth. The one that comes closest was probably nurse practitioner Paul, because she was in for a very short period of time before she left the building, and there was zero cross and no need to. I don't know. Let me see if there's anything else I want to touch on. We're going to get into all this, of course, with Karen Goldberg when she pops on at our usual 6 o'clock time. Did you notice when the first wailing began, when Lindsay Clancy just first started going, that was during the Cora discussion, it was in between witnesses. It was before Dr. Olson. And, I give these doctors credit. They do this stuff every day. It's like making a bologna sandwich for them just to talk about this stuff. And they're up there that's what they got to do. And they're banging it out. I'm sure they're not enjoying it, but they're desensitized. There's just nothing that really is going to bother them about it. I'm sure they're being bothered seeing the defendant melt down. When Nicole Bradley was on, and then there was Dr. Renee Stonebridge, another ICE queen, again, medical examiner, talking about the different things. I deal with brains and hearts. Yeah, that's my thing, brains and hearts. And talking about the kid's eyes, and oh my God. Anyway, so then when that was finished, and that witness was the first to put Lindsay Clancy over the edge, everybody can hear her. I reached out to Bob Mata because I don't know of anybody else in the courtroom that I'm touching base with. I was more curious about the photos. I'm assuming they're not being shown to anybody except the jury. Poor jury. But I was very curious. We don't have to ask if, in the courtroom they can hear her. We can hear her. And I guarantee you, having been in that small space, it's overwhelmingly loud, especially with the kind of sound that it is. It's not a whisper. It's a wail. And to hear it like we do on the air, how bad it is in that courtroom. But my point is, they go right from Dr. Who's-a-McCall it? Hold on. Dr. Renee Stonebridge. It's like, okay, yeah, no further questions, no questions. This witness is excused. Yes, we'd like to call. Hold on. The judge is like, we're going to take a break here. But for the Commonwealth, it's like, I don't care that she's having a moment here. We don't care. And just that little moving forward without the least bit of concern or care for anybody. I don't care if you don't think the defendant deserves any sympathy or any moment to kind of gather herself. I don't care if you think that or not. Be a human for just a second, and initiate on your own that Your Honor, maybe we should take a break. That would buy the Commonwealth a lot of credit with this jury. But what they do instead, nope, we're just steamrolling forward. Here we go. You got to cry? Cry. We're bringing on another witness to make you cry even more. It's such a bad look. And again, I don't know if it's purposeful, if it's ignorance, if it's sociopathic. I don't know. Pick one. Pick one of those. Okay, so anyway, let's all take a breath, shall we? Going to come back at 6. Karen Goldberg will be here, and we're not going to focus on what was tearing up the defendant, but we may focus on the procedural issues. Like at the very end, when the judge is arguing with, I think it's Sprague, maybe it's Buckingham, I couldn't tell. She was off camera, but arguing with her about, she's trying to re-plow ground that has already been damaging and painful, right? And now she wants to go through it again because she wants to impeach her own witness with an inconsistent statement. And the judge, I guess he has a line. I think it's been crossed many times, but apparently that was one that he said, hold on. And they took another break. Now, I did not see that. I'll try to take a quick look. Like she's acting like, look at her putting on this show for the jury. That is outrageous. They're an interesting choice. I have no idea how that all came about. I talked to the DA briefly when I was there, initiated by the issue with the photo and all of that, and Bob Mata and I, but we took the opportunity to kind of chat with him. Nothing about the case, couldn't really delve into that. I asked, but he's not going to answer those questions, but I got to ask. I would love to know what the thought process was into picking these women for this. I don't get it. Maybe it's the only ones in the office that felt that they were, Teflon, and it wouldn't bother them no matter what would happen. That's what it looks like anyway. Just heartless. Okay, so I hate to leave you on that note, but I think we need to take a breather. I may look for that video to see when she's crying if there's a nice shot of the reaction of the evil twins. Okay, folks. Hey, thank you. Tough day. I just don't get it. I'm sorry. I just don't get it. We'll circle back tonight, 6 o'clock. Take a little break, get some fresh air. Excited. Karen Goldberg is here tonight, so be ready for that. She will be fired up, I am sure. In the meantime, please try to do the right thing.